Good morning, everybody, or evening, depending on your time zone. We are here in the final accelerated meta test of the year. For what do we want to see right before the off meta month? Meta. That's right. And we are back starting off with a team kill of Lunari versus Prof Wacko, both from the same meta. Very good table title. Manila team kill, they say. And as you can see, don't forget to enable your JNet Premium before attending any streams. We are playing on the new ban list. That means that False Lead is banned for this event. That means that Matryoshka is banned for this event. For those of you who know the Trip Mirror tracks by title, we were playing the Matryoshka theme. We are starting in just about... Let's see. Hang on, we might have one more person on comms. But we are going to be starting the game soon. We have about 12 players here in this AMT. Pretty good for a slow winding down of the competitive season. And welcome Lucy, who joins us on the stream comms.
Hey, glad to join you.
And for anyone in chat, go ahead and let us know how the volume is, because that sounds a little quiet.
Yeah, I'm not on my normal computer, so I don't know if I'm well balanced at all. You may need to boost me up. We'll find out.
All right, we will find out. We have approximately 0 seconds to go until the start of the game. So we see Prof Wacko on Auko. And we see Lunari on Lat, both very very meta picks to bring to the last AMT. So we're taking this event seriously. So Alco may or may not change depending on your list, because Alco is one of the decks that false lead was an important part of, which is not going to be legal for this event. So perhaps we've found something more honest to do in the faction. Previously, false lead would be one of those things that kind of closes out the game if you manage to hard-hitting news and then take away their turn.
I hate to report, I've paired into several measured response Alcos on JNet today, so I don't know if honest is the route that Alco is going to transition to now that they've lost false lead.
Honest-er, perhaps. And we do see one fairly pretty conventional Hansei review to get Alco started, but Lat over here is playing Clean Getaway, which might suggest that this is an Anacam Lat.
Always an interesting decision, Clean Getaway versus Transfer of Wealth for your blue influence on the Anacam Lat lists.
It is a lot cheaper on the influence to play Clean Getaway. We see, of course, that Petty Cash was discarded by the Hansei review, and now it's been removed from the game. That is, of course, the better half of the card. And now, no ice in sight yet, just 2 more remote servers for Alco.
So we'd be expecting Cohort, possibly Bladderwort, depending on if we're back into that style.
There's too many credits for this to be a Bladderwort deck.
Very true.
And as Lat has the right tech card, not going to use it this turn, but Azamat hitting the table.
Yep, Azamat with no run. Okay, a spin. Possibly trying to find cards that would rather be trashed, or just looking for tempo draw. Just looking for tempo draw.
Yeah, we got all those extra cards in hand, and we found some very important cards for the matchup that I guess if I had to pick cards to put on the table and make sure they don't get lost to some kind of FUT play, Azamat's one of them, especially looking at this 4th remote server coming online.
And the really early Stoneship chart room is going to give a lot of kill protection.
But we do see... we do see Fuji and See How They Run shuffled back into the deck with a Moon Pool in order to score a Longevity Serum. So Corf managed to fix a little bit of a flood there and get Alco counters twice while we're at it.
And sending 3 cards back, possibly trying to dig out of a very bad flood.
Truly, this is what we see. World's top cut. I sleep. We are here to see the possible 5 agenda unflood on turn 2.
There's very few decks that can do that comfortably, but Moonpool Alco is definitely one of them.
And Prof Wacko telling us 2 stone ships, what do? And it looks like, based on the See How They Run we saw, that this might be a See How They Run deck, and score 1 See How They Run into an end of the line is a game plan that just got probably unfeasible right now.
Yeah, you need to possibly set up like a priming end of the line, a priming See How They Run to land a core, and then finish them off with the next See How They Run into end of the line with a fully stacked FUT. The kill is a much harder thing to assemble now.
Yeah, and we're sitting here with only a Spin Doctor on the table. You don't even have actions queued up on the table. So that'd be why we see remotes 5, 6, and 7 coming down this turn.
That Spin Doctor going to do a lot of work for Alco, though, in keeping all of those cards thrown into the bin nice and safe.
You know, we see that Lat has essentially all the rig you need, so now it's probably time to start playing the game and check for table snares. or bite
Ro-
today.
Rolling some dice to choose where to go. Oh, and we find the Regenesis push. That tells you that you probably need to run that spin or archive sooner rather than later, as there's definitely a 3-pointer sitting in there.
There's definitely a 3-pointer. And rolling the dice. So this tells me we might not be checking everything this turn. There's a cohort guidance program. Cleanly just going to spend those credits and then get the doctor off the table.
See what goes back. My bet is 2 face downs, but it could easily be 1 face down, 1 cohort. Oh no, there was a spin in the bin. Sorry, 1 face down, 1 spin. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 spin,
Yeah, 1 face down, 1 spin.
And I do like running the spin doctor, especially when you have Azamat credits, because then this makes the corp have to make the decision without the knowledge of whether you plan to run archives. Whereas if you're already running archives, then the corp gets to decide what your access is, which is dangerous.
And the Fuji off the top.
Fuji off the top, losing Pinhole and Overclock. Cool cards, probably don't need them.
Just shuffle back as well. Yep, no action there. Very fun game there of if Algo reses a spin, then we can always see a Stone Ship pop for the draw. Though probably happy to keep both around as kill protection right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you couldn't pay me to pop a Stone Ship right now. There you see the mandatory draw. Unknown's card in server 6, but still basically no board state for Alco.
Unknown cards, no res. My money would be on another moon pool.
Or maybe this is the table snare. You know, when you have an Azamat, you do just touch every single card on the table.
Yeah, that's true. It could also be another spin, just keeping archives safe.
All right. Finally drew a piece of ice, and it goes straight on HQ. So things aren't safe on the table because of the Azamat, and now things are a little safer in HQ. We're going to take this game a little bit cautiously, especially when the runner's up on 4 agenda points.
Throwing out the big oppo, we now have to ask, are we just spending 4 clicks and 8 credits and saying there's no threat on the board? Looks like that's what's happening.
Checking for action, and these oppos are going to be somewhat unsustainable because you don't have any, say, cohort guidance programs ticking along. No, literally, you can only afford 1 more of those, and then you're in economy hell.
I do think 6 has to be a moon pool at this point with these lines.
Quite possibly, it'll be a tall order to fast advance out the entire game if scoring is now the game plan, but we'll see.
I think with 2 stone ships, scoring has to be the game plan.
It does have to be. And I see now that there's this 6 on my screen that I think is the turn indicator. I wonder when that was added. It's been a while since I've been on J.
Yep, that is a Cyberfeeder turn indicator, I believe.
All right, correctly finding the moon pool. That's now 1 removed from game. 1 removed from game, 1 in archives. This very well might be a 3 moon pool list.
8 does feel like it might be a spin, and if it is, we may well see it to deny a lap draw and shuffle back that moon pool. No res.
No res. I think I would value the hidden information at this point.
Right. But if your plan is to score out, then you need to get those moon pools back in the deck. Though maybe we're hoping to find the presumably 3rd piece of ice. I'm guessing this is just 3 anemones and nothing else.
That is a very strong choice for an ice suite in Alco.
Although 28 cards left in the deck and 3 ice on the table, there might be a little bit more to work with in this one.
Nah, you can't put 4 anemones into this deck. That's illegal. There
I
are
have
some
seen the odd
events
tattoo
where
bowler.
someone is running a consumer grade tournament where you can just play 6 copies of every card. That's where you get to do things like 6 enemies in Alco.
And that's when you start thinking about, the Brasilia City Grid, Anemone, Storm. There's the Anacam finally coming down. You wish it would show up sooner, but always welcome when it does show up.
Yeah, it'll make it even harder for corp kills to work if we were even dreaming of that in this game, because it also draws cards on the corp's turn if they're trying to kill you.
Contesting archives to block the Server 6 potential Regenesis push. Though with it being empty, doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, one of the few ways that the corp just steals this game from you is if you let a Regenesis play go unchecked.
Well, if Server 8 is an unchecked moon pool, then you can still set it up. But it doesn't look like that's happening.
And it is very... I do love seeing Fly Swatter around. It's one of those cards where people thought, oh, that's a startup card, but now it turns out you can just play it.
Purging is good, it turns out, especially when Fermenter is the backbone of the economy of 2 whole factions right now.
Indeed, we would have a nationwide economic crash if we purged this fermenter right now.
Well, the Azamat helps you get out of the dirt, but not as much as cracking it for those credits does.
We see that continuing to keep drawing. Now that there's ice on all the servers, maybe we want to get a Sentry Breaker online before we start running into things. So that'll buy a bit of time for Alco.
I'm guessing drawing for either the killer, like you said, or just an SMC to park on those last 2 memory units.
And we do see cracking the fermenter, possibly assuming that the corp's about to purge virus counters. All the servers are iced. No real
cracking
income
for 6.
real income for Alco at this point.
Cracking for 6 is never really what you want to be doing, but with the revolver and another fermenter coming down after it, it seems like a worthwhile play here.
Yeah, the MU was not needed, but if the corpse sees you with 4 fermenter counters total, then they might just do the spite play.
The question is if Prof Wacko can afford to move that slowly in this board state, with no threat on the table right now, and no Alco counters to power towards one.
We are about 1 multi-access piece away from Lat getting bored and winning the game. So what other ice are you expecting? So obviously we expect 3 anemones, and we see a Fly Swatter, but any reason that Lat should be afraid to run right now?
I mean, your worst case, disregarding, out of faction tier, I think you're really expecting Tattoo Bowler, if anything, to act as secondary economy. Maybe a half run. It does have a discard on it and can prime Alco, but I think now that Dolls is out of the picture, that's a lot less attractive.
You have just listed a bunch of cards that don't do net damage. I hear that we should not be afraid to run.
Archives could be Bathynomus.
It would be a awkward res into this revolver, though. It's exactly right on the strength boost to get through for 2 credits.
Oh,
We are checking server 9.
Nothing is a good res into Revolver, other than Anemone, of course.
Yeah, Anemone feels like you're making a mistake to install a revolver.
Well, you'd rather have the revolver on the table than in your hand, at least.
Yeah, and then Azamat brings down the cohort guidance program, nice and easy. And
We're gonna go mine some
Go ahead.
Mine some moon rocks to keep the economy going.
Yeah, this is. Well, it looks like the court finally wants to stop the lat draw, perhaps. No, never mind.
Nope.
Yeah, if Alco is going to go slow, then Telework Contract is the perfect card while you're waiting for the corp or yourself to do something.
Big Oppo comes out once more.
So one new server installed could be setting up one of these make the runner pass their turn plays while you get one card further on the table.
One card further could be, you know. Do we have the money to make it a Regenesis playoff for the Moonpool here?
I think that depends how many extra agendas you have. Because I think if you
need, with nothing in the bin, you need 3 for the Moonpool. You get 1 advancement from the Moonpool, and you leave a Fuji in the bin on their turn. And then it's 2 more advancements to score it. So we are credit perfect for a Moonpool Regenesis push here. Looks like we're just ducking for bladder. Now, was the powers res just for the duck, or are we about to triple advance and score?
I bet that was just for the duck. No, never mind. Hybrid release. No face down cards in archives, unfortunately. But now you get that ETR on your Bladderwort.
1 less agenda in the game, which is important when you're this far behind. 4 points on the runner side and a pretty commanding board state.
But now we do have assets covered by Scary Unknown Ice, while the runner has 1 credit after clearing Oppo tags.
Will we purge if this fermenter goes uncracked here? Or are we going to take the 8 credits? Because I can't imagine that gets to go to 10.
Yeah, there's no way that gets to go to 10, especially when you have Bladderwort advancing your credit pool if you take a turn off to purge.
3rd stone ship means we can afford to pop 1 of them if we need to now. For reclaiming lat draw from an errant spin doctor.
And Lunari asking for action, but there's no action that can be taken by the corp. All the cards are rezzed.
The old action on an empty board state. One must always just assume that Alco has cards to res.
Yeah, I mean, we're so used to Alco having so many cards on the table that they start to put cards on your playmat. And sometimes you just forget that that's not always true. And it's been a while, but we're finally going to spend some Alco counters. Look at the top 3 cards and draw some of them.
At this point, I think we just need money and moon pools to try and find a way to close out the game.
It's time to
1 Moonpool Regenesis push does do it.
And starting with FUT, and that can go down for just make your first run with your Azmat credits, but this could be a distraction from other cards that the runner can't really afford to trash right now.
So on only 3 credits going to 4 with Bladderwort, we can't afford the full 4-point push. So the most we could be seeing here, well, I suppose the 1 face down in archives could already be a setup 3-pointer.
It could. There's Gauss, so expecting some barriers in Boto to possibly making a rush for these assets, or just
only punish
the game.
And there's the only real, 3-credit res code gate we'd be expecting is possibly a white space or a fly swatter. So fairly safe to face check into without that decoder support.
Hybrid release. Yep. This deck's full of one pointers, and HQ
And
is
second
loaded.
access for game.
Yeah, the one pointers you load up for better moon pools they also have a very real cost when it comes to this many cards left in R&D, and there's just a ton of agendas to be had. All right. So that was table 2. I
We
see
go.
Lat versus PD on table 5. I see Arasana on table 6.
I'm always curious to see what an Arasana is attempting, although that's the cursed Arasana. Is that no? That's the PD, not a Leo, right? Todd
Yeah,
Jimothy.
that's
Yeah.
PD.
Okay.
All right, let's jump
That
into
that
table 6. Or rather,
yeah, it seems like an interesting matchup.
yeah, or rather, can you check if we're good to stream?
Yeah, I can. Oh, it just ended. All
Okay, good
right,
now.
let's go. I'll go ask table 3. See how close they are to done.
Oh, it's LEO versus Lat. There's no way they're close to finishing.
It's 5 points to 3, and it looks like we have permission to stream. We are in conduit digs on R&D, but the runner is currently behind by 2 points, so has a bit of progress to make to claw it back.
That is a very tall R&D that we're looking at here.
Yeah, and with a Rising Tide 2, we are dealing with Corroder numbers to get through it.
And
But the rest of the server is just credits for subs. So
yeah, but this gets rid of all the conduit counters. So now you're just looking at this single axis on top of R&D.
a single access that maybe we've already seen, although if we're continuing the run, I would guess we haven't.
Yeah,
I can check back to when our last big conduit dig was.
I mean,
It looks like yep, there has been 3 draws. Yep, so we have lock is broken, so this is a new card from the previous dig 3 turns ago.
And conduit has to get recharged somehow.
Well, maybe with this much investment into R&D and the remote fairly lightly defended, you can just try to start dismantling that remote. If we're assuming a sort of Mercia, Managarm, Skunk Void setup. Some well-timed runs before its matters can make all the difference in pulling that apart. Interestingly, Tranquility used to draw implies to me that not against feeling like those 9 credits are all that might be needed to win the game.
Yeah, perhaps still fishing for the agenda, though it'd look a little suspicious if you immediately overrode it with an agenda. So maybe that's just the humanoid resources coming in.
A draw on an open HQ is a brave play as well. Although at least with 1 click spare to fix any problems, assuming there's an ice in hand.
And we are just making this very expensive conduit play. You know, conduit for 2, it's worth it, and you get your conduit for 3 eventually.
Oh. It's what, a 12 credit run? That is a number of credits that Lat can probably every 2 or 3 turns have ready to go.
We approach the drafter. Echelon is at its best here, just only paying credits per sub, and just trashing the Boomy to get the runner out.
With only 2 credits left, it doesn't look like the run back is achievable on either server.
It does not, and I would guess that there's a humanoid in that Tranquility remote.
Chip for Cole for the lily pad draw. You have to ask yourself, how many pinholes is the deck on? With that being the third clean getaway accumulation and a revolver in the bin, there's probably not much influence spare for tech.
Nice. And that was just an agenda found on, I think that was the first click to draw.
Yeah, it must have been the card under lock. That or not again was sitting with a very, very precarious, completely open HQ for most of the game.
Maybe. And that is what's nice about Anacam Lat, which is you get these incentives to check the open HQ and the open R&D, which that is worth a point or two every so often. All right, we have about 14 minutes left in the round.
I'm asking Lish and Kabloosh if they are happy for us to join.
It's a very purple set of tables we have over here.
Yep, purple and green all the way down. And we've been given permission on what looks like it could be the final run. As we have 4 points to 5 points and an overclock push being made onto server 1. We are PD, not Leo, so no errant border control going to be keeping us out.
Yep, calling the shot. PD always has seamless launches. Any card is something that you should think about running.
In fact, there's a good chance we have perfect information on the card in hand, depending on what was returned by Vol and what's been played since then. And one would assume they need to check the logs to see what it is.
That is a Mick-resed, very strong card. Okay, difficulty in breaking, but it comes with a...
Interestingly, humanoid resources added back and then trashed on the following turn. So we don't have hand knowledge. We don't know what this push was. And we don't know if there's a seamless in hand.
Yeah, and MIC will let you trash it to make the runner lose a click or end the run, but Kabloosh is running with clicks to spare.
It's a steep cost to break, so at least on the turns where Euler hasn't been reset. Although we do have the Unity as well.
Yeah, Shaper, very glad not to be running bad decoders into...
Ooh, we do take the MIC crack.
Okay, spend 1 click.
And it's Von for game.
Yep, just gotta give them a chance to click the wrong button.
Play to your outs, and sometimes your outs are the runner deciding they don't want to win.
But with no res ice on R&D and a twinning, you probably had to try for something. All right, I believe that is all the games wrapped up, or no?
There is one more game, table 1. We'll inquire.
We do have 12
and
players
table
this
1
tournament.
Looks like we will not be joining that. So that's it for this round for us.
Yep, that is it. 12 minutes to go. So, what exciting depraved deck building are you up to?
Well, I have been asserting that Rozeki is good and putting Mantle in Shaper decks.
Interesting. Rozeki that doesn't go into your credit pool.
Which, when there's a lot of anti-credit pressure around in the form of white space we've seen showing up and the other popular Messner chess vote, isn't always a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Trying to go for
and
that,
it also
trying to go for that economy mostly that's kind of independent of your credit pool, the way the old Nasir decks worked.
Yep, got a Tarka sat there on the table as well, and just boosting a twinning on both turns. What about you?
Well, as a joke and gimmick at Worlds, I decided to make a Synapse deck that was based on mutually assured destruction and some nonsense. on the theory that if your ID gives you like only one click or one action all game, that's okay as demonstrated by ISWAC, as long as it's a pretty good action or click. So the theory is that while you take an extra install while you're doing, say, a IP enforcement, then you can drop a freedom of information on the table and just score that while you're doing other things.
Fun.
But I'm not quite ready to bring this to anything more serious than Crown of Servers.
I got quite lucky at Worlds and was just playing my main event decks in Crown of Service for some extra practice. And I think that did end up paying off in a couple of the wins on days 1 and 2.
You got to. Well, we at least decided we're going to play as many obscure cards as possible to make our opponents read our cards, and we kept score on which decks required the most reading.
Isn't it just Paul's Cafe? Longest card that nobody knows any of the text on?
Oh, I know the text on Paul's Cafe.
Okay, go on. There's a test for you.
All right, 1 credit unique location,
That is
shaper
correct.
resource. You can click to host a hardware.
Hold on. Subtypes. Come on.
Oh, subtypes. Oh, I already told you it's a location.
Subtypes. Plural.
Subtypes, plural. Location, I don't think it's a connection, is it?
It's not.
I think
it is CD.
CD, right, that subtype. And then you can click to host a program or hardware from your grip on this resource. And it has another ability, 1 credit to install a hosted program or hardware, paying 1 credit less for each unique installed connection that you have.
The one quirk of this is that discount only applies on your turn.
Right, it is only on your turn.
So you can't get the discounted installs when you're using it off turn, which is the whole reason for a pay to install ability like this on Madani.
Yeah, we did get we did get the basically unrestricted variant in Madani much later on.
And taking up a console slot for 0MU, which is an all-important trade-off.
Well, I mean, obviously we needed to do something to make it easier for Dewi to fill up the MU.
I think the 0MU console is a cool design, and I'm hoping that we can see some more cool things in that space in the future. We'll have to see what the design team ends up cooking up as time passes.
Someday we'll do something really goofy, like printing a 2MU console in Criminal.
Oof.
And then it will be all over, because Criminals have the best programs. They just don't get any MU.
There's just no MU to install them with.
We have, I think that's all the tables wrapped, but we do have 5 minutes left in the round. So let's
see if a compressed round ends up happening, or if we're letting the full time play out.
The pairings don't tell you the IDs people are playing. All right,
they do. Top left, show/hide identities. Should have pulled it.
Yes, there they are. Oh yeah, I thought this felt a little sparse. This round we see Precision Design and Lat taking victories. LEO. All right, but if we look at what other identities are available, I see that there's an Op Super Heavy Logistics around. That's exciting.
Yeah. And
and we also have Nuvem hanging around. And hold on, what's this with PT Untain? We'll have to make sure we watch that at some time.
Yeah. Always curious to see what happens there.
So my Chrono Servers teams, we were all trying to make our opponents read their cards. One teammate was playing PT, and he was facing against Andre, who steadfastly refused to read cards. He refused to give in to the gimmick. But he did need to check on what some of the restrictions on PT were, because that's one that nobody knows.
Well, it looks like we have our chance to see a PT game, although also a Bangoon game going on. So some real interesting corps showing up to the event here. Let me go and ask when the game is up. I'll ask Table 5 if they're happy for us to join them. We can see some PT in action.
Yeah, we gotta. So for anyone that wants to get on stream, pick unusual IDs. We will have to see what you're cooking.
All right, we have permission for Table 5.
All right, we can watch the pregame chat.
Mercury versus PTU.
All right, there are. I don't know if there's a whole lot of Mercury variants, but one that we do see a lot is you kind of just load up on bypass and tools like Eru, and you just try not to honestly deal with any ice, and then you just see if all of your bypass you throw at the corp will get you enough accesses.
Yeah, well, PT is a ID that wants to make it about the remote, and Mercury is an ID that wants to ignore the remote. So we'll see which of those strategies pays off here.
Which is an interesting question. Is PT a make it about the remote corp? Because we don't actually know what PT does.
Well, I've seen sort of two varieties of PT deck. You've got your sort of, I've got built-in seamless launch and I'm just going to score out. And you've got nonsense traps. And either of those options, the advancement counters are going on the remote, generally speaking. Although I suppose I have seen a Glacier variant that's priming its Messenger Chest foes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can advance ice. The only restriction is it's got to be an unresed card that you can advance. So once you res the Messenger Chest foe, then you're done and you have to advance it manually. I guess one thing this does allow you to do is it lets you cook a clearinghouse in only 2 turns. You can get that to 6 counters at the end of your second turn.
Very fast cook. Can you get to a single turn cycle if you're on Holocaustor as well?
I don't think so. You can install advance, and then PT, and then La Costa, so that gets you to 4.
Yeah. Yes.
Excitingly, I would feel prompted to play snares, multiple of them. Or rather, all right. It's been a long time. Bite is the name of the card now.
That is the name of the card. What do you mean? It's a completely different card. An entirely original concept. Never seen before.
Never seen before, even with some uniquely functional text, Despite the text being, I believe, identical, somehow there's a slightly different rules quirk about the way that we've put the text the same way again. Then we see very exciting feature, tournament scheduler telling us that the round has begun.
So has certainly made running things easier.
Oh, and I should put the stream view on the game. It's been on chat. All right, can we do it? Can we get PT to activate on turn 1? Yes, we can.
It looks like we're going for a wider, possibly trap space deck here.
Yeah, this could be, and we are starting with the girls variant. We just have Maker's Eye every turn until the corpse stops you.
And if we're wide and asset-y, then we're going to be very, very porous to those Mercury, Mary, girls runs.
Fortunately, not seeing a Hermes yet. And then just
now the real question is, what's the advanced card?
Allegedly, this is the only rig we'll need all game. Hexnet, I think.
Again, which
Hexnet, I think I've got it on the game now, right?
We can double check for you. You are showing the game.
All right, awesome. I think we noticed that just.
The real question is, what's going on in server 2, and are we going to keep advancing that server, or are we going to pivot?
Well, we have to double down. We keep advancing. And Blueberry Diesel.
And importantly, a thought on the table, which makes checking those advanced cards a liability, even if they do reward you with points.
And importantly, now there's actually something defending R&D. And if you just run R&D, then this Chrysopian skimming. We are seeing some truly readable cards here. So the court may reveal an agenda from HQ. Otherwise, you look at R&D.
Yeah. The card basically says, look at the top 3 cards of R&D. I don't think I've ever seen anyone reveal a card and refund the click. I think if HQ was incredibly well defended and R&D was open, you might, but usually you're better off just giving away the top 3 on R&D. But the top 3 on R&D is all the information Mercury needs to go and touch all of them, especially with the Mary down.
And we do see that despite clearing out the FUT, we still do not attempt to touch the card in server 2. And in fact,
Mitosis.
Coming out with
Mitosis. I think this might be a classic Yomi deck.
And that means that you should probably be afraid of Cerebral Overrider.
It does. Cerebral Overrider, Urtica Cypher, Checklist Scion, many advanceable traps, and a fragile danger to your credit economy now in... my brain's completely gone on the yellow elevation card, but it drains your credits.
Idiosyncresis?
That's the one.
Alright, meanwhile, why check all this nonsense when you could just run R&D?
I mean, I think with the risk of traps and a 2-point lead, and the Mary and Mercury already down, you are highly incentivized to just go win on centrals.
And
3 accesses, no dice though.
R&D holds, clean whiff. And FUT coming back, because that does look like this is something this Mercury deck is not. It looks like right now, assets are not something that this deck is prepared to deal with. But we are
coming down
on R&D accesses.
He's coming down, and the Hermes getting discarded, noteworthy. I think that might imply there's another Hermes in hand.
And an interesting prioritization of drones over Hermes.
We do have
And
ice. There's ice in the deck.
there is ice. Not using PT. Oh no, there it goes.
Yeah. The presence of ice just completely changing the equation here, though. Meaning that you do need to get some semblance of a rig, even if that rig is just drawing Estabrados and putting Melandrages on the table.
No free lunch coming down as a easy mark. Gain 3 credits.
Well, when you've only got one.
And a whole bunch of completely unchecked advanced cards on the table. This could be 3 clearinghouses and you just lose.
Well, we are getting into double clearinghouse liability territory. I think it's 3 to res, so we are slightly short.
Clearinghouse costs 0 to res.
0 to res? Damn.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of
You
rig
might be
function.
thinking the cerebral overrider cost to fire.
I think, yeah, that and Reaper function is the kind of big gotcha openers. And the fuck coming back down.
And maintaining the 4 credits that... Oh, no, wait. Not maintaining the credits you would need to fire a bite.
I'm willing to bet server 1 is a Charlotte, so we do have bite credits sat here waiting to pull if we need.
Maybe. Getting a clutch sure gamble just in time to come deal with Fut. And possibly stalling the runner from poking R&D again, because that's a scary thing to do last click.
Especially with what I'm willing to guess is an anemone, given the rest of the playstyle here. There's the Reaper function, came down with mitosis, and the clearinghouse for lethal.
Unless we've got steel skins hiding in there. But no, it looks like this is simply trap or no trap.
And a trap or no trap that can ramp those traps up to lethal very quickly.
And I think using the mitosis, because the advanced traps are the scariest ones, so that might have been a mind game to pass off the Reaper function as something that could damage you by checking it instead of not checking it.
Definitely providing excellent cover.
Hello, Brennan of the evil variety. That's right, we saw PT and we had to check it out.
Let's go. Let's stick with Krim.
Yeah, there's actually no shapers on this half of the... There's no shapers playing right now.
Or let's go see what Bangoon is up to. Let me go and ask.
Table 3.
Yeah, just asking if we can join.
Alrighty. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. This is the final and possibly best AMT of 2025. For if this wasn't the best one, they would have scheduled more of them.
Oh, we've got a healthy off-meta month coming up in it.
That's right. We have some truly unusual events that I can't remember the rules for any of them.
I know the rules of like 4 of them, which are the ones that I'm running and planning and playing in. So
that's right. We do have the true connoisseur of unusual formats up here on stream. Ask your questions.
Looks like we are in the middle of resolving a judge call, so it might be best to try and find another table.
All right, we will undoubtedly see Bangoon again.
Yeah, let's let me go ask after table 1.
We do see that is one of the hipster IDs, Wayland's Nuvem SA versus Hoshiko.
We have permission and a very scary board skate to drop into.
Whoa.
That is
that's 2 scored basalt spires.
16 credits and 2 basalts, both with counters, means that triple measured is an ever-present threat now. With a measured in the bin, you can guarantee the triple.
And no ice resed, which is both a relief, given that the purple has to spend money, and terrifying, given that you don't know what it is, like this Stavka when you're playing Echelon.
Yep. That's an expensive break when we need to make sure we have triple measured money for the entire rest of the game.
And you already...
It might mean that we...
You've already sunk your clean getaway money into this, so now you have to keep going.
I mean, the all-important number to stay on is 16 and 4 cards. So we do have the clicks and the fermenter to get back to that if we need to desperately. Unless this ice is very, very expensive. But having to play around triple measured from 2 points is going to be a very uphill battle for Not Again here. And clean. We're at 20 credits, which means we could 24 credits or 16 credits and 2 cards. Those are the key numbers to keep in mind.
Now, I've come in quite late into this game, so who knows if these 6 face downs are just Nuvem business, or if they might be a bunch of points that Spin Doctor's holding down.
Although with the Stavka res, we cannot afford the triple anymore, actually. Actually, yes, we can. I tell a lie. No, we're a credit short. Just mentally reckoning with how Nuvem works there.
Yeah, Nuvem also only gives you credits during your turn.
Yes, but we are 13 credits is the magic number to threaten the triple. So we are 13 credit corp side versus 16 and 4 card runner side of the sort of 0 thresholds. Both of these players are going to want to play the rest of this game too to keep that threat alive.
And given that all the twin encounters just got spent, now would be an excellent time to draw for your 3-2 fast advance plan if you got one.
Yeah. Although still on 12 credits, so still can only threaten the double. Gonna try and force out the spin.
Redeeming those Mystic Mamie dollars. Seamless and 1 unseen card. There's no remote yet. But we do see newly revealed Treeline, Anthill, Extract, Maskarovka. Seeing some op cards in here with the Extract.
I mean, Extract is just really powerful economy. Especially in Nuveng, where it gets another 2 credits bolted to it.
It's Beanstalk royalties. Surely there is another option.
Pinhole off the Managam and contest the remote.
Right,
we are asserting that this run could be made for 2 credits or less. This being last click at the... Well, I guess we only need to play around the double. Apologies. And Not Again probably knows that fact.
And if the corp res is a significant piece of ice, that could take a whole measured response out of consideration.
It could. Yeah, so we're down to single measured here. So 4 cards is enough to keep the protection alive. Wall to wall, so we did have yeah. Oh, it leaves it. Gonna give the corp ticking credits and advancements.
And of note, with only 4 cards
that's all to add pivot.
Because Angelique can just, at 4 cards you can go Angelique measured. I guess you can still
yeah, grabbing pivot. grabbing pivot. Importantly, grabbing pivot with the basalt that's now empty, which means we are back to only having double measured threat sort of permanently alive unless we have a measured in hand. Now, with the pivot, we do effectively have a measured in hand, but
Maybe that pivots to grab some agenda that you're going to fast advance.
well, the pivots, it's hard to FA off the pivot. You need a lot of click spare. But you could do it with a green mail, I suppose.
Yeah, pivot.
Looks
Green
like we're
mail
just
is
moneying up.
yeah. And we do see that we're using the glacier mode on key performance indicators. You get to ignore all costs when installing that piece of ice. And the last spin doctor is out of the game. So now Nuvem is much scarier to just throw agendas out with. And now that R&D's got that agenda put back, now it's time to just run R&D. It's a huge logjam, but Rising Tide is adequate.
Oof. The game with a huge twinning
right
deck.
There. Or no, that was 6 points. That is the tough part of the agenda suite, which is you have to play these 3-pointers to make sure that you don't just you're not loaded down with agendas. But then as for it's time to score out to my 7th point, then it gets real difficult.
Great. It looks like the judge call's been resolved, and we have a game going on. Let me double check that they're still good for us to join.
Table 3, we'll check back in.
Okay, it looks like we're still in the middle of some very complex judge calls that are involving summoning a window to draw the bottom card of the deck. So maybe best we leave them to it and find somewhere else to spectate.
We may have to come back to them in a
future round. Yeah, it's never a good sign when you have to slash summon window to fix a board state issue.
However, I see on table 6, I see Op versus Barry.
I will go and inquire.
And when you're playing Baz versus Op, you just truly have all the installs you could possibly hope for. I think the table, I just saw the table disappear, so maybe they're wrapped up.
It's still there. I think we're having a disconnect issue.
Oh no, my internet. Technical difficulties, please stand by.
I think we are good for this Lish versus Belgium's table.
Alrighty.
So to catch our viewers up from what I've discerned from the logs, both players on 2 points. We have a very wide ob build going on. Importantly, a Kurupira shot out of hand by the Azef score, meaning that we're potentially fractaless now, depending on ratios in the Baz deck. Meanwhile, we have got a slash and burn just sat in the bin, which was what was used to push the FA, with the Spin Doctor sat there protecting it.
And we do see the shuffle back before the access.
Yep. Trying to force to 4 points because this is last click with only 5 cards and 18 credits. That tells me there's double measured in hand. So I think we may have just signed Lish's death warrant. Can't see too many reasons you would make that play if it wasn't prime measured response.
And we do see the virus added back to hand straight away, or during the runner's turn. No, I'm sorry.
There's the first measured.
That was the steel trigger.
Yep.
No, it's okay. We see a admission of guilt as the runner dies to double measured response. Tragically,
always hard to play around being murdered by Spin Doctor. You'd think he'd just be there trying to manipulate the news in the corp's favor, but sometimes he shows up with a gun.
And side hustle on 5 credits, which you direly needed. Some people will tell you that side hustle is always like this, with just sitting there 1 credit away from being online.
If only that last run was a trick shot for the double, but unfortunately,
truly we should have a banned trick shot so that Criminal can enjoy it.
Yeah, just for look, that's what do you think Crim is doing in startup? They're playing trick shot. The card is a blue and green and orange card. Much like the Spin Doctor is far from just a yellow card that pulled off the kill this game.
Sometimes the Spin Doctor spins you.
It looks like we have figured out how to use Window to resolve the board state. I will double check.
And for anyone that's started playing the
game,
they
are ready for the stream. If you want to join Kabloosh.
So for anyone whose Netrunner career started less than 5 years ago, Window is this hardware that says draw the bottom card of your deck on the runner side.
Yep. And you can see it's been slash summoned and then slash RFG sitting in the remove from game zone after being used to resolve the judge call. Very curious what had to transpire for that to be needed.
Yeah, how did we get a known card stuck on the bottom of the deck?
Yeah, that is an interesting one. There's no buffer drive in play. What happened here? We're just coming across the scene of an extremely strange crime.
All right, we do see Pinhole, which has the possibility of juking and touching the Spin Doctor, but what this is being used for now is you get to trash Daniela without having to touch the SDS and trigger Bangoon, because even if you don't steal the SDS, you still have to pay the Bangoon tax.
I see. It looks like Window was used to give a random draw when the top of deck was known, without disrupting the order of top of deck.
I see.
Truly a strange judge call, where in person you would just set aside the known portion and have them draw from beneath it. On JNet, we have slash summon Window.
I expect that this functionality will be available in NRO, please.
Oh, judge tooling is a whole can of worms that I am partway through figuring out how we do nicely. My hope is that you won't be able to get yourself into a board state that's incredibly broken, but we shall have to see about that.
We do see the aforementioned buffer drive finally hitting the table.
And an over install on the SDS.
And from now on, the runner gets guilt-free triggers from Lago Shelter. You just instead of trashing a card, you just move a card to the bottom of the deck, and so on.
Largo Buffer Drive, one of the most powerful draw engines in the game at the moment, I would say. Paired with a bling, it looks like we're going for that vampire style of host deck. And a 4-counter Audrey, begging to get fly swatted, but until it does, presenting a very, very dominant force on this table.
Possibly use it before you lose it, because with the servers iced, we might be looking at just a manual purge coming up anyways.
Especially when that ice is a giant lizard.
And there is a known drone deployment in archives.
Yeah, it was just over-installed for the server. Which means I assume this is a Spin Doctor that we're contesting. Using Gachapon for Botulus instead of the Audrey counters, or possibly in supplement of the Audrey counters.
Or maybe you just maybe you spend Audrey and then you have a Botulus that will fully break it next turn.
Well, I'm wondering, maybe you use Botulus just to break the top two, bounce off, and then run Archives if you're gambling on this just being a spin that's protecting the SDS.
And we're a long ways away from getting measured response. That wouldn't even take us to 4.
Running Archives, if there is more points in there that aren't the SDS, could put you suddenly to threat 4. Which might be why preferring to run the Spin Doctor over running Archives, just to make sure that Kabloosh doesn't have a way to threaten the measured this turn.
It is usually a good idea not to let the Corp choose what your accesses are with their Spin Doctor.
Yeah, especially with these Fencer Fueno credits burning a hole in the pocket. Ooh, also means we never made an actual access getting the Hosh flip down. So just all around a very robust play.
Very funny little bit of rules text there.
Chisel going to the bottom of the deck, which means that we are probably on Ice Destruction package. In fact, there is a Devil Charm RFG. I didn't notice it because I was too taken by the window sat in the RFG zone, but definitely playing Chisel Charm.
Window is a very striking choice. Speaking of Devil Charms, there's one that's just arrived on the bling and no credits. So if you want to save that, you have to click for a credit and then install it.
Wow, we do have 6 credits of Fermenter ready with a Fermenter to bring it back. And that's gotta look tempting when you're staring down losing a Devil Charm.
But we could get Fermenter to 8 credits. That's got to be worth it. Also, there is a Regolith mining license cranking in the remote.
There's also a Paladin on the table, so we're both wrong.
True. Paladin, better card than anyone really expected it to be.
Roseki's good, it turns out.
And Paladin
there comes the Devil Charm. And that Fencer Fueno going to be complaining here. I guess we're going to try and spend that Fencer money the other side of this giant lizard, getting rid of the Regolith. Trading the Botulus for the Chisel. Looks like we're just going to try and out the lizard entirely.
I can see it. even like it
A
has enough
very
subs
economically powerful turn.
that it
Ooh,
causes a
and
problem.
using Gourmand instead of Fencer.
I guess we're gonna need that MU soon.
Oh, fun sequencing. Using the Hosh flip to gain 2 credits and then using one of those to pay the Fencer tax. It's a very, very technically clean play here.
We can see someone very familiar with all the funny nuances of the specific ways that this card has been phrased.
Now, with a face-down push out of Bangoon, you always have to wonder, is it nothing, or is it an Eminent Domain that's going to summon another big lizard?
The secret text on the ID that it says, sometimes this ID, we were just going to make it blank, install it face down.
Fermenter for 8. Afshar going to take away 2 of that.
And making Audrey feel worse, but you do still get to get into HQ.
And we feed a Bottomless Steelskin, which is now the only card on the stack. Obviously, you'd rather that was a strike fund. Though, looks like all 3 of those are in the bin. So we won't be getting a strike fund loop going until the other side of an Ashen. If the deck is in fact on an Ashen, which we can probably just influence check. 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. I am seeing 11 influence, not including the window. So plenty spare for an Ashen to be in there somewhere.
Simulchip installed, and within half a second already used to put a chisel on Afshar.
And that brings us to the all-important 13 influence. So the question is the last 2 an Ashen, or is it something else? And I think, given that we're down to 1 card left, it's probably an Ashen. That or we're going to be playing a very, very down-to-the-wire game here on the runner side. Question then just becomes, when do you play the Ashen?
Before there's a chance for Bangoon to try taking pot shots with Angelique.
With the buffer drive, it's a bit more insulated, but still, obviously, not as secure as you might want. Measured response going to go down to Fencer money.
Fencer paying off.
And an end of the line, confirming a tag and bag plan, means we might be expecting to see more Amazes than Daniela's, although there has been a Daniela seen this game.
I mean, you are playing Bangoon. You got to make use of that tag that the ID gives.
From having played it a lot, you're really the issue is influence, right? You kind of only have the influence to go for either a Daniela game plan or an Amaze game plan. And so, having seen the Daniela, it's not always a given that you are on the tag package and that you're not just saying, resources are valuable, you're going to have to clear the tag, it's tempo. There are many ways to pull kills out of thin air in decks like this. I think Tucana for an out of faction anemone being my personal favorite.
Tucana, those are 2 very funny cards with a whole bunch of room to enable some nonsense. To say nothing of them combined.
Setting up the Botulus, but not pressuring with it. Just letting Kabloosh money up here could prove to be a liability. As, one of them may have hit the bin. Those measured responses are going to start stacking up in the credibility of their threat.
When we are approaching a place, we're approaching a board state where it looks like it might be feasible to just delete all of the corpse ice.
Well, especially the other side of the Ashen. You do have to wonder when that's going to come. We are too poor for it right now. But twinning sweeping HQ on repeat seems to be the order of the day.
Yeah, they can't
And
measure
there was
you
the Ashen there.
if you take them all out of hand.
I did miss it. There was the Ashen at the end of the previous turn. What did we lose to that? This RFG zone is getting pretty hard to read. Losing Illumination, Twinning, Fermenter, and Pinhole. So losing the Fermenter hurts, but the rest of those are acceptable casualties to get your whole deck back.
Eminently acceptable.
At least in this matchup where the Pinhole is unlikely to be the deciding factor. Against a Leo, you'd be much sadder to see that go.
We do see Spin. We do see Spin bring back Measured Response and Angelique, still trying for the kill. Face up Basalt Spire.
Pushing the advancement counters, just saying, hey, if you don't come give me threat, then I'm gonna take a nice juicy Basalt. And once that Basalt gets taken, it gets a lot scarier. The Measured Response threat comes online. You can very quickly start to see even Neurospike lines get set up. Really depends what strategy the deck's been built with. And I think that being a sort of traditionally tier 2 deck, Bangoon hasn't seen the breadth of experimentation for people to figure out what really is the best game plan. And here the question really just is, are we going to survive Measured Response? Because you can bet one just got added from the bin back to hand.
The runner is low on money, but you could go up to 8 with that last Fermenter.
Yeah, I think cracking the Fermenter to go to 8 might be the saving line here, with only double measured being threatened.
But there's one Angelique just got shuffled back. There could be more lurking around.
You do even through a Angelique, we are safe to double measured here. Descent just saving us from flood, it looks like. Oh, and the value measured.
Did we draw another measured to that we're going to throw at them?
I think we're just playing value measured just to get them down to 0 credits and to say, hey, claw back. But unfortunately, with 2 Rozekis on the table and a 9 counter Audrey, this Fushiko doesn't need to spend money on anything, really.
And in fact, we can just control out any chance of keeping important cards in hand.
And demonstrating that elegantly as 4 cards hit the table for 0 real credits this turn.
And look at that. The Corp has no proactive ice on the table anymore. And noobs and nerds appreciating the diversity in IDs.
Gachapon fetching that Fermenter on the opponent's turn to get the extra ticks, plus the Cookbook. That's an instant 3 counter Fermenter going into Amaram's turn. An incredible pull from the Gachapon.
And this whole time, Audrey's still there with 9 counters.
Devil Charm, Simul Chip, and a Strike Fund going back. Yeah, that 9 counter Audrey, I mean, at some point you have to find the Purge and try and play for a lockout strategy. And with only 8 cards left in the deck, and there's 8 cards left in the deck and we're the wrong side of Ashen. So once you play through those 2 Simul Chips, you can just purge and try for a lock and say that the game is over because you cannot run anything. And that might be Kablush's only out now, but that's a very hard board state to get to.
We do have a very good
especially with
just
2 whole Simul Chips to play through. Oh yeah, so that's going to land a tag. And we are going to need to find the money to clear it.
Yeah, unless you can find a way to destroy this, which a cookbooked
Well,
botulus does not do.
you can overfeed Audrey and just dump your hand out to avoid the tag.
That is true.
But oh, and it looks like Amaram might be thinking about doing that. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Yeah, nothing was trashed, so this should be a pretty straightforward fix. Just a matter of feeding Audrey more than was initially intended. Feed Simulchip to the bottom of the deck. The price and cookbook to the bin. And a nice healthy sweep on HQ, getting rid of the Angelique. And seeing and gourmanding a Biowac. We have brought the game down to a completely flat board state. Only saving grace here is
per the famous TED Talk from Safer.
The only saving grace here is the fact that with no real breakers and only 12 cards left and 2 Simulchips, there is a world where R&D survives long enough that Kabloosh can just purge lock. But we are many turns away from that happening. R&D would need to be truly gracious for this to work.
Oh, very nice.
Though,
Hammer getting to use its
Hammer
AI text.
Almost certainly going to force out a Botulus here.
But you can't break any additional subs with it that your Audrey couldn't break.
True, actually.
So you get to pick one thing to stop, and then it probably gives you a tag, and then Fermenter gets trashed. So yeah, we are going to cut them off at the economy.
I think it's more important. Like, the difference between having a 2 counter Audrey and a 10 counter Audrey is minimal, and that's the game.
So decided to break the trash resource, and probably would have trashed the twinning if the runner had allowed it, but runner making the choice to save the twinning, and it was a good choice.
And with 2 Simulchips on the table, I think you can definitely let that trash resource, Fermenter or Audrey go off. All right, it looks like that's the end of that round.
That is the end of the round. How about I throw us? Let me see. Is this round 2 or 3?
That is round 2 going into round 3, I think.
All right. How about I put us on a break for a couple minutes, and then we'll come back in when round 3 gets kicked off.
Sounds good to me.
All right. See you in a couple minutes, everyone. with a very smooth volume transition as we get into. We are on table 2, I believe. I had to see Arasana.
I will join you shortly.
We are on round 3 of our AMT. We will have 6 rounds, and there will be a lunch break right after this round. But we see Amarum on Op Super Heavy Logistics, starting very early remote server to do some stuff. And Arasana, presumably ready for whatever ice could be rezzed with some solution out of hand. But it is Tithe, which is both hard to deal with profitably, but also doesn't do a whole lot.
Through the damage, gain a credit. No real problem posed. Now the question for me ultimately here is, what Arasana variant are we on? Because Arasana has the luxury of being quite bad at the moment, which gives you a very open field for what you can actually do with her in terms of everything is of an equivalent sort of just shy of competitively viable level from what we've seen at events, which means there's lots of different brews competing to try and break through and figure out what we can do with RE in this post-deep dive world.
And we do see this very smart play of, you brought in the simul chip to break the Tithe, and you assume you're going to lose that right away is when the op plays Extract, so you beat them to it by playing the spec work on that.
Yeah, and the spec work makes me think we're probably on an Anacam list, especially with that ritual being played. I think we can probably assume this is an Anacam Arasana variant, possibly looking to be doing those elimination runs. I wouldn't be surprised to see one coming down right now with this many cards in hand and an open R&D. Although it looks like just playing out that Coalescence. So possibly we're digging for it but didn't find it.
We do have the Optimizer fitting in quite well to this Coalescence installable based build. And it is
the Knick-Knack coming down.
Yeah, so we see the Coalescence
and Lilypad. Okay. Ritual and spec work, less common out of the Lilypad build, but the Lilypad builds incentivize you to be getting down those coals, and having a way to sell them that's not just Knick-Knack can be a very useful thing to have.
Yeah, the dedicated Knick-Knack decks usually have a couple of spec works just to put 5 copies of a Knick-Knack effect in your deck. Meanwhile, we see Op going pretty wide, 2 non-Spin Doctor remotes on the table, not yet revealing what they are.
I think what we've seen from this deck so far at this event has been a facet game plan.
And between Lilypad and Knick-Knack, we will just be cycling cards very fast on the runner side, finding the above the law. Great to not have to deal with that taking out your Knick-Knack.
Huge one to find. Gives you a lot of safety in discarding your backup resources. Muse Coal coming in for Lilypad and DZ value. And to prime some more cells.
The Arasana engine is just flowing, and it can keep going for a long time. You just have to not die to some sudden credit check.
And the ENV testing coming down after the Muse Coal, I have to wonder if that was drawn off of the Lilypad. Or if we were just a bit too poor to do it the other way around.
The runner was too poor to do it the other way around, although it could have also just been something that was just drawn.
It always feels bad getting down your ENV testing right after putting 3 cards on the table in a turn. Though with the above the law gone, it's a lot less fragile, and those credits will pay out eventually, as is the nature of Arasana.
Oh, resolving an above the law is devastating when you need just one of these resources to resolve.
Yeah, three counter ENV testing above the Lord is one of the most painful things that can happen to a Shaper player.
We are iced up, and it is time to just run the Knick-Knack engine and check what these cards are. Excavator. That'll be staying. 4 trash cost. Cannot pay that.
Rigging up, you love to see it.
That does
Gives
get
you
you
that
the
very, very high value.
rigging up turns into a sure gamble given the interactions it has with coalescence.
And Simul chip down.
And getting to get 12 credits off of that regolith with the extra wage workers click, giving you that fourth click for doing something 3 times in a row.
And huge amounts of money just appearing on the corpse side of the table. We know there's that Svetagore just waiting to fire. Presumably it's going to be used to tutor a fast advance piece. Presumably the Hollow Man, if there is one, would be your traditional line. Although just grabbing Bass, there's lots of tricks you can do to get turn a Svetagore and some res cards into an agenda.
I mean, we do see that if Wage Workers is in a deck, it is a critical card that you have to not allow to stick around. So
and Muse for Cup is a real nice way to deal with it. Both of those are going to get sold off to Knick-Knack, although looks like we're trying to make the Cup sweep on HQ happen, which against fast advanced decks can be very, very lucrative.
Arizona can install the propeller. You want to use Trojans, but there's nothing illegal about accessing propeller.
And we see a Basalt, and we get rid of a measured response. Now that's the good order. You hate to see measured and then Basalt, and they pick the measured back up again. But we do still, at this point, need to play around double measured. We do have the cards and the credits to be above it, though.
And with these 2 empty programs around, you got 4 more credits waiting around for you. Very good position to be in.
We can't trash that, unfortunately. That would bring us down to 6 and leave us double measurable.
And with
that does mean we are leaving. Yep,
with
2 entire excavators on the table. So Amaram is actually a triple measured threat with 15 credits on demand at the moment. Important to recognize, although with 1 in the bin, that's going to be a tall order, although it has gone now.
Yeah, and realistically, we're not getting rid of the course access to excavators, so they just get to do their tutors when they feel like it.
Not without an Azamat coming down.
Hey, look what just hit the table.
Well, I think that probably the Wagey is a higher priority target here, but just going for the win. Just saying, okay, do we have the hand for Zarum to disarm the Winchester, or are we paying a premium here? Zarum and we are at threat, so Living Mural. Oh, and it is the Living Mural are the 2 good ways to deal with this. Both getting you through for 3 credits.
The Rare Liberation Special.
In fact, 2 credits, because it's a loose Chester, not a Winchester. Now, Cataloger forcing out the Spin Doctor.
Yep, immediately shuffle that deck.
And knowing that there was an agenda on top, just running HQ to go and find it on a single. Although I do have to wonder how we're getting through the Maskey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think...
Looks like you forgot that area was already spent.
I think we're getting through the Maskey by /undo click.
The classic. You're just going to make them fire the Masquerade with subroutines, aren't you?
Yeah, people need to play better. No, undo click is definitely an important feature. It's just a matter of getting the implementation right.
Mm-hmm.
I think in an ideal world, you kind of have a request undo button, and your opponent can hit yes or no.
we do see Anthill finally getting to resolve, and then we see Extract, Trash Winchester, get it free coster, Maskarovka on R&D.
Well, it's difficult to get through, especially when we're on a propeller build and the propeller's in the bin. Now, you might find we're on like 3 propeller, 1 rising tide, and that might be our way out.
3 propeller is...
Until we see evidence of that.
It is pretty okay. All right, we love to see it. Mavirus. You can just
Enter
play
white
through Mavirus
space.
in Ob.
A lot of the lists are only on one of them, though. With no signs of fermenters, it's a much less valuable piece, and probably just getting that double type, that double subtype protection on R&D is important, as that's where you're going to lose the game. With that cataloger there looming as a threat. There's the propeller, so now we just need our decoder.
We do immediately see that the runner did manage to produce a solution into one of these, so very heads up idea to make a higher ask for them to get in.
And white space is slappable. It leaves you poor, and we don't have any money though, so it is also fizzable. So maybe looking to draw up and dig for that kind of a game plan. Gonna lose 2 credits to the Afshar. Never where you want to be in life.
Yep. Great res. Runners not wiggling out of this one very easily.
Oh, I wonder if we're gonna break the...
Are we going for the access?
And the run of the money loss. We're going for the access, alright. We're saying we'll be poor, but we'll find the win in your hand. And the runner does know there's an agenda in there from that cataloger earlier. So this is at worst, it looks like it's going to be a 1 in 4 for game. And there it is.
Ooh, very good. Imagine if they saw 2 agendas on that cataloger and just put them at the top.
I mean, you put them 1 and 3 to force the spin the whole way through. But if they saw 3 of them, then 1, 2, and 3 is definitely correct.
I can't imagine that the runner catalogs you and you res a spin doctor and then decide not to shuffle.
I think if you res spin doctor and you don't draw any agendas, you can decide to not shuffle, because it's bold if the runner has put 1 at 3 and not at 1, you know.
But that's the mind game, because you know that we saw like 4 unresed assets on the table, so obviously.
Well, two of them were Svetogors. 2 of them were Svetogors. There was only 1 unknown in that board state.
All right, that was the first game versus Op. Who is this shaper? That's Lat and Leo. All right, I think we have cursed Lish with our presence enough recently. Shall we try table 5?
Yeah, let's try table 5. I'll go ask. I don't think we've seen much Leo yet. We have permission. So to catch everyone up, it looks like we are on a Palangi Lat game plan with temporary breakers, revolver, and propeller. Triple stone ship installed. Unlikely to be important as kill protection, but it is a nice way to make sure you can keep getting those lat draws through spin doctors. Corp is on a Mitra Aman variant with Hansei review money. So influence spend, it's probably still just Skunk Void Leo, but it's always interesting to see where the spare influence goes, with a single ADT scored and a Tranquility cooking in the remote.
Now, Stone Ship does have some secret text on it that you can use them to gain power counters. And, everybody's gangster until you suddenly have 2 more counters on your cataloger.
Yeah, I mean, extra counter cataloger is very dangerous and an incredible reason to play rigging up. But with temporary breakers, it's also just extra bullets for your gun and extra spins on your propeller.
Speaking of rigging up for an extra cataloger counter.
It's the difference between 3 counter cataloger and 2 counter cataloger cannot be stated enough. It is truly great, especially if you have like an Into the Depths to make it happen as kind of a surprise factor. That 3rd counter can go a long way to winning you the game. Especially against the Leo, where your ability to do repeat runs is limited and you are dependent on clicking the cataloger.
Mm-hmm.
Because it means that you can lose a counter to Spin Doctor and still have the full threat alive, rather than ending up with sort of a half-useful cataloger. You have to wonder if that's a push or if that's just a spin, trying to tax out the cataloger.
And Vovo.
Oof, investing a lot. Makes it feel more like a push, but maybe that's all Komodo wants you to think.
Trying to trick you into giving Leo those ice discounts.
Deciding where to invest the clicks, and the clicks are the most precious resource versus Leo, as you have to pay through the Leo, you have to pay through MIC, and often Managarm.
Yeah, there's just always some reason that if you could have a 6-click runner, you would, which I don't know if anyone else ever really thought about a 6-click runner.
I mean, I've played 6-click runner. You built it by doing the old assimilator sort of hack and got yourself a Basilar and an infinite Julie. 6-click runner is a hell of a drug. It's just traditionally very hard to set up.
In the Borealis days, you'd also sometimes just play Sable with Swift, and then that
yes,
gets
Swift Sable
turns all game.
Yep.
However, a tier appears.
Famously, the most devastating ice you can see. The only thing that would make it worse is a Trieste model Bioroids sitting behind it. But it looks like we don't have that res, and we are going to think about going to encounter. Now the question is, do you crack Simul Chip to get a new revolver if you have a spare one, or an Echelon? Or are you going to have to take your lumps and give the Corp a 5-click turn?
Yeah, has the runner installed a program? Oh wait, no, there's no
Simul
Chip on the table.
Yeah, no, Gauss came down this turn. So our only way out would be to crack that SMC to grab a Fizarum or another killer. Importantly, we don't just have to get through this tier once, we have to get through it twice, because there is a Boomy just waiting to go to the bin and send us off this server. We are clicking through it, and it is ending the run. I think probably correct when you know that all you're getting out of going through it is letting a nasty subfire to get rid of a Boomy. Now, the real question is, what can Commodore do with the 5-click turn? And the answer is planogram and a 4-2.
Yeah, Architect deployment test. Very nice. Not scoreable without face-checking that tier.
Well, there's probably a seamless in hand, but it's nice to not need it.
Listen, tier seamless launch, way cooler.
Oh, it's so much cooler.
Now it is the Corp's turn for thinking. And
well, you have to think.
In a really good
if there's an agenda there, you just jam it, right? There's no, like, the remote is so much safer than R&D. Even though you'll have to show them, right? It's all on reveal, right? Yeah. Like, even if you have to show them the agenda, surely just face up known agenda in server 2 is worth more than risking it on R&D with the 3-counter cataloger. And that's what happens.
There it is.
Oh, from position 1 as well, the very top card.
So we do see vulnerability audit 4-3. You cannot score it if you installed it this turn.
And for anyone watching, we should probably explain install and res means install and reveal if the card you install is not resable, either due to you not being able to afford it, or in this case, due to it being an agenda.
And Lunari with the probably
With 3 credits and a suspected seamless launch in hand, that is just threatening the game.
That is and then you have to start thinking about letting some terrible subs fire, and then LEO still has Boomy, so you have to go through it here twice.
I think the only out is to win on R&D, and only Komodo knows if that's possible right now with that ADT knowledge. Or you just assert that they don't have the seamless. But I think the ADT push looks a lot more strange without a seamless in hand.
Yeah, and also, like, in order for this to be possible to win, R&D would have had to have had 10 points on top.
Yup. In what I'm assuming is is this just going to be like probably 3 Vuln, and then everything else? Well, 3 Vuln, 1 Sam, and then the rest ADT and Luminol would be my guess.
Yeah, maybe.
So you'd need a very, very specific permutation of cards to have that happen. And it looks like we are...
Well, if anywhere's likely to have 7 points, HQ is probably more likely than R&D.
It is. I do wonder if maybe you're better off saving the cup to try and just grab the seamless out of hand over the sweep. But it's an expensive server to get into. And so going for the win might just be the only out.
All right, coming into HQ, paying the unjuiced Gauss tax, 9 credits to break the Bran.
And if there isn't a full remit of points in hand, which there isn't, though we also didn't see a seamless. Unless the seamless is the final unseen card, or pulled off the top of the deck. Oof! And there it is.
We got one. No, that was...
Either the one unseen card or the top card of the deck seals the deal.
Maybe that information was known off of the architect.
Yep, second position seamless, first position Vuln is definitely a beautiful thing to see. All right, I think with that is the round over. And regrettably, with it being 3 a.m., the end of my time commentating with you today.
All right. Thank you so much for coming to commentate. I'll try to see if I can rope anyone in.
Yeah, hopefully someone's available. I hate to leave you alone solo comming, but I think at 3 a.m. I do have to call it. So thanks to everyone that's listening for coming out, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of this AMT. Bye.
All right. Have a good night. We will come back after the lunch break. I'll do the math on when that actually ends. See ya. And it turns out I am not completely unsupervised. Oh, my mic might have been muted for all that time. Hello, welcome back. We are just about to roll into round 4 of the final AMT of the year. I am, in fact, not unsupervised for the rest of the tournament. I have Cybershark here with me on commentary to close us out.
Hi, I'm Cybershark. Glad to join you. This will be my first time doing commentary.
All right. We have all the tables up. And let us take a look at, there is a Baz deck hanging around here somewhere, but not playing today. So we have 6 tables of players. How about we take a look at, we're on to take a look at table 5. Whaling Consortium Nuvem versus Lat.
It's good to me.
All right, I will check to see if we can stream. We are good to stream. Come on in here. All right, and we see Nuvem going first, as the corps frequently do. Start by icing HQ.
These are closed deck lists at this point, right?
Yeah, these are closed deck lists. We only open at the top cut. And leaving R&D open. Often you're not too worried about Shaper, despite Shaper being the R&D faction.
Yeah, like what do they have that they're going to launch early? Like, not that much. I mean, you could get cataloged, I guess, but I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, you'd only really be punished if they managed to play a Illumination, but not a lot of people.
Yeah, Illumination.
And Lat's turn, pretty basic setup turn. Just get Telework and Optimizer on the table. But here we see key performance indicators, and we're deciding to start stacking ice.
Yeah, double ice remote already is interesting.
And we have that Spin Doctor, so you can just throw anything and everything in the trash with Nuvem. And getting probably the best savings possible from ice stacking.
I'm not sure that we're streaming the actual game.
We are.
I think we're on the wrong
I
scene.
forgot to click the button. We now should be on the game. All right. Lat challenges with an early propeller. Very good call. There's probably a barrier on the remote, but the Corp gets to make... Corp planned ahead and has an ETR code gate on the remote.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, Anthill makes sense there also. Is the only thing I'd really want to push in a double iced remote at this point. Like, you really got to recover the cost of double icing a remote this early. Server 3, server 4. Interesting. Some assets.
Yeah, Nuvem, not an expected home of assets because the ID says play operations, but...
What do you think those could be?
You know, I'm not
like,
sure.
Maybe a wall-to-wall makes sense uniced. I mean, does anyone but Hob place Fiat? It was just a naked off the books. Maybe it's just 2 agendas and they're about to get measured. I mean, they're set up to not die to it, but... yeah,
suspecting the same setup.
Pretty much.
Going down in hand size, so Lat can't get a Lat draw to get out of measured hand size range.
Yeah, I mean, if you go Lat draw and get your 4th card and have 8 credits, like, you only die to triple measured, and you'd have to steal a second 2-pointer here. I mean, Nuvem could triple measured here.
You could expend Angelique. That'd take 1 card down.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so you kind of want to end on 5, actually. I didn't think about expending Angelique. That's definitely interesting.
Secret technology.
But yeah, I mean, if Nuvum had drawn 3 measures by now, I totally could see the line of install 2 agendas because, like, if they get taken, you obviously just, like, win the game, and you are gonna have a problem otherwise holding on to those 3 measures eating 3 of your card slots for a while. You kinda wanna just, like you need to get one of the cards out of your hand, and it's not gonna be the measured, so it's gotta be a agenda to the table. I'm guessing server 3 is a wall to yep, there it is, wall to wall.
Yeah, just wall to wall. That's something you can. That's something that you can just throw on the table and be okay with.
Yeah, 3 to res, it pays itself off right away. There was actually a window to immediately spin doctor to get the full effect of wall to wall. I don't think it's worth it here, but it's something to consider before going to start turn.
Yeah, the spin
With
doctor
Nuvum, you
has a lot of value for keeping your Nuvum discards safe.
yeah, you can just Nuvum with impunity as long as you have that spin there. But at some point, maybe if there's one agenda in the bin, it might be worth it depending on how much they want that card or advancement counter.
And of course, as for what ice could it be, a logjam is always a possibility, and that just can soak up as many advancement counters as you want. There's never a useless advancement counter trigger on wall to wall.
Yeah, for sure.
Now they're making me zoom out. All right, we do see Azamat coming down. 2 recurring credits for trashing anything. So Naked Anthill, not going to stick. And you can threaten that Spin Doctor.
Oh yeah. So this, I'm thinking there's an agenda in server 2. Yeah, okay, it's a basalt. It doesn't make sense to put a naked. I think I would not have gone for the pin as Haver there because I don't think it makes sense to put a naked anthill because anthill really wants to live in server 2. So the only reason to put it naked is if server 2 is an agenda. There's always mind games, of course.
There is a
Are we double seamlessing?
Yeah, go ahead. There is a possibility that. Actually, I lost my train of thought. One sec. Technical something. Okay.
All
Yes,
right, we almost we almost certainly see spin popped here. I don't think it's worth it making. I mean, it's Azamat credit, so 100%. Anthill and an unseen go back in. Oh, interesting. So there was a maybe worth it to just pre-pop that spin because you could have denied the knickknack trigger. They would have got it on R&D, but something like pre-popping your spins against knickknack is something I've been considering more and more. Not on this board, but in other boards.
By the way, speaking of the person who didn't ice R&D all this time.
Yeah, that's right. The illumination, you called it.
And the illumination puts a Chesva on the table, which you can immediately spend.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you can spend it even during the resolution of... Huh, yeah, because when you install...
Central, and you get a drone deployment anyways.
Well, it's funny because it's a chain reaction, right? It's a triggered ability when you install this card that happens mid-resolution of illumination.
Yeah, but you completely resolve the entire install, including the triggered ability to put credits on Chesva.
Makes sense to me.
Now it's time to bring out the measured responses. If you can yet lap below those 15 credits.
Yeah, they're 1 credit away from just paying through 2 of them. Although triple measured is definitely online with Nuvum, because you can pull back a measured on their turn if you have 1 in the bin, 1 in hand, and then pull back it again on your turn to cast 1 twice.
Basalt Spire teaching us that you can do things on both players' turns.
Yeah. So you can turn two measureds into 3 or 1 into 2 pretty easily. You can even turn 1 in the bin, 1 in hand into 3. Okay, Petty Cash. Nuvum. Takes Nuvum to mill.
Petty Cash, great in Nuvem for all the reasons. Gives you 2 mills, or if you mill it, you still get another operation out of it.
Yeah, Petty Cash is one of those designs that I mean, it's obviously a little clunky to like use it. Like it's a weird ability and it has some interesting rules applications, but it synergizes with so many identities in the current standard format in so many different ways. Like the way that it synergizes with Nuvum and the way that it synergizes with, say, like Nebula or RH are all different, and it's just so interesting.
We do see Pretty Mary, so part of the girls' engine coming online, where you just have Maker's Eye, where you have like 3-card multi-accesses online all game. Now the court might have to think about putting a good piece of ice on R&D.
Yeah, I brought Girls Akiko to Worlds 2024, and it did all right for me. Really struggled with bronze on that tournament, but Pretty Mary's a good card. Like 1 extra access, if you can keep it online, that's a lot of accesses for a single credit that doesn't go away. Like it's not single use, unlike your run events or something.
You know, I will admit, I was a doubter of this card, and my roommate was an obsessive, like just trying to stack up 4 multi-accesses, but I guess who's laughing now? Now he was right. All it took was rotating FFG cards.
Yeah, I don't think Pretty Mary's busted or anything like that, but like if you're continuously triggering the effect, you're probably winning. Which obviously that's the hard part of Pretty Mary.
All right, now we did see the runner run archives to get a knickknack, and then Basalt Spire counters spent, and then the runner jacks out, possibly to avoid turning on measured response. Although you can wait until the runner has committed to access to pop the Basalt Spire.
You can, yes, and it's possible that's what Lunari was intending to do. There's always that, like, it's a little bit obtuse on JNet how that's actually playing out and what your options are.
Yeah, might be worth asking commit to access, but it's an AMT, you know. Worlds is not on the line here.
Of course. I think it is worth asking the commit. I do think, though... interesting. Fully missed, you basalted to go up to 6. Oh, so you can't lat anymore. Well, they're at 8 now. My goodness, look at this remote.
Now, this would be the key performance indicator savings.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, now we'll see if we navigate that the same way this turn.
No further action, jacks out. Okay.
And dumping all these programs onto the Madani.
Yeah, honestly, I think what happened there is Haver wasn't trying to do anything sneaky, was just intending to knick-knack, fully intending to jack out the whole time, and maybe Lunari was just a little too quick to use that Basalt Spire. I don't think either of the players like noticed anything could have been done differently, potentially.
All right, and now it's time. We're going to play Glacier today.
Prof. Wacko asks, is there a Mavirus or something? I don't believe there's anything like that in the bin. I think that Haver Fun is just avoiding making a successful run so that they won't get measured.
And here we go again. Not 1, but 2 illuminations played. This on top of having all these installs on the Madani.
This is a pretty scary illumination. If this isn't a win here for Haver Fun, there's a pretty good chance that 2 measures are coming down. And with 17 credits, you think you're safe, but it might go pretty fast depending on how many log jams you have to break. I guess the Chesva helps you out here.
One other consideration is that jacking out before accessing archives keeps the cards unflipped, and therefore these log jams came in much weaker than they might have otherwise come in.
Oh, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought of that. You would lose your illumination, world's smallest log jams, Lunari says. You'd lose the illumination, of course, but it might be worth it to not make a successful run here because they have 13. So as long as they have 4 cards, they can survive double but not triple measured.
No, just
and Nuvum has Exacxies for triple.
We got drones. We got Pretty Mary.
And that's game.
All right, that is indeed the game. We have, let's see. We have 25 minutes left in the round. We can definitely find someone to watch. Oh, hey, the commentary credits are wrong.
That's all right.
You don't look like Lucy.
No.
All right, you want to find
that
us a table?
Steam's not even visible.
Yeah,
oh yeah, let's see what we got here. Well, why don't we watch table 2?
All right.
Kabloosh versus Viljams. Kabloosh is on my team. He's a member of Jank Jinyo.
I've never heard of this testing group before. That's okay. I'm here representing Spork Agency.
Spork Agency. I love it.
All right. We are good to stream.
Okay.
And we have a running past a Winchester on HQ. Copulation.
All right.
Slash and burn.
Oh boy.
We do see a measured response in archives. And a lot less money this time around to deal with the measured response.
Oh, certainly. Kabloosh on 0 and 4. Where did you say you saw a measured response in archives? Or they just pulled it back?
Yeah.
Oh, they spun it back. Okay.
Spun back into R&D.
I'm just getting oriented here.
Yeah, clicking for that draw because double measured does win. Normally you start doing that math and you assume they can pay off at least one, but not today. Each measured response is just scorched earth.
Yep, they just are. Kabloosh is also in a position where he can kind of just sit back and wait until he's going to win the game. Like, if Ob puts something in a remote and advances it, Ob does not have a lot of advanceable cards that aren't agendas. So I think Kabloosh can just wait to see an advanced card, and try to win that way.
I think that's a bit of an asterisk because the slash and burns are out, but this is probably also running a Hollow Man, so you could never advance a 5/3.
That's true. If this is Scrobs, I don't believe Scrobs is on Hollow Man, but I'm not certain if this is Scrobs or not. I guess we haven't seen any of the Scrobs, like the purple pieces, so it's got envelopment. It's not exactly Scrobs.
And Mavirus to go get Hollow Man is just such a easy thing to do. All right, stop that. He's making me zoom out. The audience cannot see.
It looks like I searched through the chat history and Mavirus was not popped this game. It got into archives a different way. So we don't know what the Ob player fetched with Mav because they didn't fetch with Mav the first time.
Understandable. Keep your secrets.
It could just be to set up Rego, that has been pretty strong. Turn 1, have a Mav on HQ and Ice HQ, and then turn 2, go fetch out a Rego and a new remote and click it 3 times. Double naked anthill. Makes a lot of sense, because if Kabloosh runs, Kabloosh is probably dead here. And I think that is like pretty strong indication that that Viljums really wants Kabloosh to make a run here. Or doesn't care.
And Anthill, notably, fetches the Hollow Man if you're on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we'll find out pretty soon. Viljums with a grip full of cards. I think, honestly, I don't know what Lat has. Let's take a look at Lat's heap here. There is a cup in the heap, and there's a Simul chip on board. So after drawing all those cards, I don't see Kabloosh getting into HQ this turn. But if they did, could be a really big legwork. Like, there's almost certainly agendas in HQ. Server 11, probably the Spin Doctor. Server 2, not really sure what Server 2 could be. Could even be Wage Workers or Hollow Man.
And we do see that we're using the Mantle to charge the twinning on both players' turns, because that's one of the few ways that you can spend recurring credits on the Corpse turn.
Yeah, Mantle to charge twinning, very strong. Mantle might be one where you're going to have to get a little bit more used to in the near future, because it's got that stealth subtype, and we know at least one stealth breaker has been spoiled from the next set.
There has been one stealth breaker, but I just don't think they'd print more stealth. I think they're just going to do one and that's it.
Just one and that's it.
That's right. That's the official Cephalopod Wizard prediction.
All right. This is a version of Scrobs then. I was wondering if we'd see the purple assets. So that is you bass into Wage Workers, which gives you the extra click, and Wage Workers is another extra click, so we can see that Viljums just turned a 3-click turn into effectively a 6-click turn to fast advance up Assault. Did they need one extra click for that?
And we see a whole revolving door of purple influence there, just nano into bass into Wage Workers.
Yeah, the nano was the 6th click. I didn't see the nano there. So +1 from Baz, +1 from nano, and +1 effectively from Wage Workers. That's your 6-click turn that you need to fast advance a 5/3. Now Kabloosh needs to be very scared, because with a Basalt, it's super easy to juggle around a slash and burn and another agenda, and just like the game could be over as soon as it gets back to Viljums' turn. I think Kabloosh knows that, and knows that it's his last turn of the game.
You've got a nano in Archives. You can just, any 3 advancement agenda, you just pick up your nano.
Good point. Even a 4 advancement agenda, you could nano, put out a slash and burn in a naked remote, triple advance it, and they get the Wage Workers click, which is still sitting there.
All right, checking in 3 accesses on R&D.
I wonder if should have been an Archives run first, just to force the spin, because doing it last click, nothing in Archives, so I guess it didn't matter. Yeah, so it's all in HQ, or okay, so Kabloosh dies to double measured here, which single measured is double measured with Basalt. I think that this is likely the last turn of the game, but I guess we'll see.
No measures in Archives to pick up.
Yeah, none is. Yeah, okay, we did see a measured earlier. But and with so few cards left. Okay, they're just going for the score out.
In hand that made it.
Yep, and as F.
Yeah, good game. Very, very great demonstration of this purple HB OB play going on. And we'll get to see how many are in HQ. 2 Basalts. Nice.
Wow.
That was loaded.
I mean, that makes sense. That's where we thought they were after drawing all those cards. I don't know how much they had been obbing to fix and reshuffle those last few cards. Definitely pretty good chance that Kabloosh gets one there, but so yeah, let's see if 2 Basalts left.
And stream chat pointing out that every time the stream watches someone, somebody loses. And I'm starting to think that they're onto something. I think we do have the stream curse, and we're bringing it to the games every time.
I mean, alternatively, every time the stream watches someone, someone also wins.
True. All right, how much do we have left here? We have 15 minutes left in the round, but I think that was the final table. Looks like table 6 is probably over. Yeah. This could also mean that we just start the next round straight away. So let's hang out and see if that happens.
That's good.
If we take a peek over at the standings,
You're still on the splash screen.
yeah, not for long.
Okay.
All right, we see Not Again coming in at 9 points. And then once the round's concluded, then we'll get this round's results set in here. Then, vast swath of players at 6 players. And I think we're cutting to top 3 this tournament. So I think that ends up second and third fight first place. So right here, your strength of schedule is going to become very, very important.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because we'll likely have like, it's tough. Yeah, cut to top 3 is definitely tough.
But with 13 players, what you can't really cut to top 5 or 6. Have you ever seen a cut to top 5? That sounds cursed.
IDing into the cut is definitely interesting too, depending on how things played out. You could ID, and the player with highest strength of schedule will probably make it, and the player with second highest of the 2 IDers might not. So probably won't be seeing any IDs unless you're in a really weird position. Perhaps top 2 could ID in.
Yeah, I mean, we have a small number of rounds. Well, I guess 6 is pretty normal for AMTs. All right, next round gets paired in 5 minutes. So what terrible deck building have you been up to lately? We're turning this into a podcast.
I've been doing something with my team where we took the entire Eternal card pool, banned everything that was pointed and in Eternal, and then drafted it in a snake draft through our whole team. And the decks that I assembled out of that were Blue Sun, and I put 3 measured response and 3 punitives in it. And then I built Gang Sign Leela.
And neither of those were pointed?
Nope, none of those are pointed because all of those cards would be banned in our format. Yeah, I got Eater and
I'm
Keyhole.
Sorry, you drafted
well.
all the banned cards? Or
no, sorry, we removed all the banned cards from the card pool. So all the banned and pointed cards in Eternal are removed from the card pool, and then we draft the rest of the Eternal card pool.
All right, you draft the more calm, sedate version of Eternal.
Yeah, so remove anything from Eternal that has any sort of restriction on it, and then draft the rest.
All right.
It's been pretty fun.
Are you snake drafting like a hundreds of cards list?
Effectively, we're snake drafting the 1,000 card pool, 1,000 card ish on either side card pool of all of Netrunner. Whatever isn't drafted by any player goes into the community pool, and everyone gets access to it. We also gave everyone access to Sure Gamble, Hedge Fund, and Spin Doctors.
Understandable. Let's see, and now we should have standings after 4 rounds. Okay, looks like we have a clear 4-player tie at 9 points. And then 5 players coming in at 6 points. So if you just keep winning for the rest of the round, then someone will probably drop out of these top 4, and that'll get into the top cut. So all you got to do is win 2 more games.
That's right.
And we do see Mercury coming in on this 6-player, or on this 6-point tie.
I would be interested in spectating the Mercury versus PD. Or no, wait, we don't know the.
We do not.
We
know
do
the,
know that.
We do not know the matches yet.
We do know that that player is corping, so we will not be seeing Mercury this round. I believe there's only the one. No, there are 2 Mercuries.
Well, this is round
Komodo
4.
Commodore.
So we're coin flipping next round to see who plays what side.
Oh no, that's already up, isn't it? Or was I looking at the previous round? Yeah, round 4 is already up. Oh, this is not. Oh, sorry. I see now.
Double op at the 9-point tie. Looks like op's back on the menu, even after the Cyber Sand ban.
I took the Cyber Sand ban a little personally, but it's okay. I deserved it.
Well, maybe we'll print a Cyber Sharks at some point.
Aw.
It'll just cost 2, and then just have a trash can to not do anything. That'll fix it.
I would play that card. That's the same card.
What if it has
honestly
0
my
trash cost?
A 0. Ooh. Oh no, that's so much worse. I liked to describe Cyber Sand as all of your 1-cost assets in a 4-to-trash trench coat. Like that, the 4-to-trash was absolutely huge for that card.
A real lose-lose for the runner.
Yeah, they spend a click making a run on it, and then they just groan. They're like, yeah, I just lost a click. I can't trash this. And costing 2 for Bladderwort was an upside. Like you kind of rather pay 2 for your Bladderwort because you get to be 1 poorer. And then pay 1 for your bladder.
Well, we do have...
Right, tables are up.
We do have Mercury playing this round versus Bangoon.
It would be nice for the stream team if the pairings by name page included the identities. You have to jump between pairings
button.
Oh, I see. I thought that was there, but I couldn't find it. But it's sitting there and it's big and blue. Okay.
Honestly, it's weird that we would ever hide the identities.
True. I guess it makes the page shorter. It like scrunches it if you're trying to print it or something. Like if you want to export an image or something. Okay, so what are you interested in here? We just watched Kabloosh.
We can't put the stream curse on him twice.
No.
I feel like...
I haven't streamed Table 2 yet. I don't know if those players have been on stream for when you were streaming.
I feel like they've probably had a break from the stream curse for a while, so I think they're ready to be streamed again. We can check.
Yeah.
But
I'm very excited about Ob.
Has said they should print a 1 trash can card. That card exists in Eternal, and I'm trying desperately to remember what it was named. I think it was Mark
Yale. Mark Yale, yeah.
Yeah.
Mark Yale was pretty good even without Ob.
Was he?
I mean, okay, well, I was bad back then, but I played him and I enjoyed it. Scoring that agenda that got 3 agenda counters in Titan, got 4, and they were just like, I can't remember what it was. It was like something to do with ice, but it got a bunch of counters and you just cash them in really fast.
I mean, firmware updates came with 3, and
yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
If somehow you had this with if you somehow got this in with a flower sermon, then that right there is 10 credits.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I remember firmware updates. You'd score a 3-1, and then you'd sell them all for 2 at instant speed, which was pretty good. That's 8 credits for scoring a 3-1. Like, back then, that wasn't, like, abysmal. And then you trash Mark Yale for another 2. Like, if the runner ever runs him, it gets the spin doctor effect, where you can just yoink it. Yeah, and then usually you're just doing Atlas Train anyways. So 2 credits refund when you get your Atlas Train. Like, remember how good it feels to anytime you're like seamless thing and you score your agendas and you're like not spending a ton of credits, Mark Yale helped like grease those wheels a little bit.
All right, we are good to stream. So now we are counting down the 40 seconds or so until the start of the round. And we see, once again, op could be anything. It's like Hoshiko. There's 10 different op decks. It could be any one of them.
Really, I am expecting Scrobs again with the purple assets. That's just what's been popular these days. But you're right. It could be definitely anything. Although, like, definitely it's narrowed significantly without, like, losing Cyber Sand wasn't just losing, like, a power card. It really, like, ate a bunch of archetypes. Because, like, the Bladderwort archetype just doesn't make as much sense if you can't fetch for it and be down 1 credit, that consistently. So, like, Bladderwort's a lot less tempting. Fut is a lot less tempting. Like, you can still Fut off Azef Fut works, but, like, the red assets, I don't know. I've been a lot less interested to play the red assets OB version.
Meanwhile, I'm here with my. Now, obviously, I didn't win Worlds or anything really, but I'm here with just Yakov in the remote, make a ton of money.
I haven't tried the Yakov yet, but I'm sure it's pretty solid. Yeah, probably my favorite card in Netrunner, though. I'm just happy they haven't banned it yet. It probably deserves to go at some point. Right now, it's fine, but
Hoshu comes into HQ, bringing this very oblique asset tech here in that, paid to trash a wall-to-wall out of HQ, but you got that card draw from the Solidarity badge. And that suggests that this might be an Audrey type of build where you're already building to just trash whatever you access every turn.
I think that makes a lot of sense. If you see Solidarity badge, it makes sense to be with at least Gourmands, if not Audrey's too. It's one of those packages that when you pick up one of the pieces of the package, the rest of them tempt you to get the whole package. All right, just click the rego 3 times. Oh, wage workers. Interesting too, like in OB, the rego with 3 credits left, any other runner would completely ignore that. And you still have to because it's iced most likely. However, like that's a click for 3 credits and a whole nother card coming in res.
We had the whole Scrobs on the table right there. Bass and the wage workers. And probably
that regolith is worth a lot more than 3 credits.
Yep, all the purple influence goes back in the deck.
Sure, why not? Goes and fetches a 1 cost, gets a wall-to-wall, iced.
And,
I'm not sure that I would have iced the wall-to-wall because obviously the runners like invested in trashing it. But this next turn, they probably don't want to run again because Hosh is going to keep that drug dealer going if they run this next turn. Like, we don't know how much ice the Corp has at this point, but I don't know. I'd be wanting to save that for something else, perhaps. Oh, they do have ice for R&D, though.
I mean, the secret technology on wall-to-wall is it can add itself to HQ, so it's not like you have to trash it to do something in the remote.
That is a good point. I don't take that mode as much as I used to when wall-to-wall came out.
Yep. Sad Regolith doesn't pull disgusting cards anymore. But what if Cyber Sand never truly left us and you just have to spend 5 clicks on it now? You could have your
you
you
can still play Tranquility Grid with Regolith. I played a Rush Ob for a while that was turn 1, put a Mav on HQ. On the runner's turn, turn that Mav into a Regolith after the last click. When you're done clicking that down, it becomes a Tranquility, and that's like all your money for the whole game. You don't need anything else other than that. And I do think that
Tranquility is disgusting, and it must be stopped.
Yep. Especially with Ob that can fire it on runner's turn sometimes. Like, do that combo again on top of the Tranquility, where you put the Mav on the Trank. Yeah. I think that Rush Ob could potentially see a reappearance after the Matryoshka ban list takes place, because it's just going to be like having your gear checks again, because that was the thing, is as long as they had $2, you couldn't gear check them. And Ob is pretty good at gear checking, obviously not as good as when it had border control, but like playing your Kessleroids, playing your white spaces, and then just putting like an asset behind them feels a lot better without dolls around.
Yeah, no, there's this Audrey we speculated is in there, and if you can get the train started, then that's pretty good at just not caring what type of ice you have installed. But it looks like there's enough ice here to actually make it hard to get your Audrey counters rolling.
Yeah, that and this, I think the biggest thing is with Audrey, this Ob's gonna have a Mav most likely, right? Especially the current iterations of Ob usually has one spare influence. Mav can just be such a blowout for Audrey. You do it on the turn they hit your Stavka. You don't even need to trash for the Stavka, unless they've got a Simmel chip. Like they would need Stimmel chip and Cookbook, because even if you Simmel chip back Audrey, it's not going to come back with counters.
And we are getting to see some serious Hannah value. We've just most of these turns managed to get that clickless run on a remote while cashing in a Solidarity badge. Though these trash costs are starting to add up. Like losing 4 just because the Corp has this Sweetogre excavator that you probably need to trash that's pretty expensive.
Absolutely. I'm wondering what this is in server 1 now. With a single advancement, like Ob doesn't play a lot of 4-2s. The only one is really Slash and Burn. And scoring a Slash and Burn as your first agenda is really painful. So either they just didn't have anything.
Measured it, accessed out of HQ.
Yeah, we definitely see the measured here.
I had to score Slash and Burn once, and it tilted me so much that I started playing Kimberlite Field instead.
Huh. Yeah, I'm happy to score a Slash and Burn as like later in the game, or like if you can like get the 4th advancement with a Wage Worker so you can never advance it or something. I mean, this could be a slow rolled Basalt, perhaps, but I don't see it being a lot of other things than one of those.
Well, I believe this Ob looks like a cultured, refined version that would play Kimberlite Field. And the one time that this called shot is ever correct, I'm going to look like such a genius.
I'm excited. I want to see the Kimberlite.
Could you imagine? I mean, not with this board state, but you get their 1 buffer drive and then they're just milling themselves out.
One buffer drive. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you see buffer drive, you expect to see the that makes sense. Nano
fine.
Basalt, interesting. Okay, sure.
Nano seamless launch, fine. It's not a Kimberlite Field.
It's almost certainly we know we're on Scrubs again though, because we saw more purple.
And runner just taking credits. We got to get to that sure gamble money.
You know, I've never put Kimberlite in an op deck, but it's definitely tempting. For a while, I was playing. It's not Showdown. What's it called? Something like that. Is it Showdown?
Well, there's a card called Standoff that was really old.
Standoff. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I was playing Standoff and Ob. It wasn't good, but it was fun.
You know, if nothing else, the varying ways that text has been interpreted, where one is you're trashing your own stuff, one is you're kicking each other in the shins to see who gives up.
Most of the time, people just didn't participate. They just said, draw your card and gain 5. So it was a 2-0 that drew a card and gained 5 and turned on my archers, which was not worth the slot, unfortunately, but like a pretty good card. It was just like slots.
All right, crew. We got that wonderful Kessleroid tech. Remote's not going down this time.
Scoring Basalt with Nano Management, like you said in the previous game, also means Nano Management just hanging out in the bin is there next time you score a 3-2, or next time you draw a 3-2. So
There's
Corp gets to 5.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a measured response there right now.
Yeah, so measured, like technically we without having a single card in hand, we know the Corp has double measured online as soon as we get to threat 4. They just pull it back on the runner's turn, pull it back again on their turn.
And in the meantime, and that is the fun thing about these ob decks, which is when you encounter, like when the runner is on a deck that seems to really need there to exist open centrals, you can pivot to double ice on every server and cause serious issues for Audrey decks.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got, like, if they ever do get in, because Audrey really needs to like bootstrap itself to get going again. You've got so much to like make that better. Like you've got the Kesseroids, so they can't crew their way in. You could potentially just lock an Audrey deck out. And then you finally draw your one of Mavirus, and you have, if the runner does finally find a way in, despite your double ice, you just like, oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just purge before you hit the second ice, and they're like starting over.
And meanwhile, here we are gonna empty a Regolith and go pull out a Tithe or something to go on top of it.
Makes sense. Honestly, if I was Corp, I might go get wall to wall at this point. Just put it in a new remote.
No, that gives the Audrey something to munch.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, the Audrey. That's pretty obvious. And there's probably not a third wall to wall anyways. It's probably just the two there. I was just thinking Corp just wants to draw cards at this point. They're in a position, if they fast advance an agenda, they can get to threat 4. This deck could potentially even, okay, so let's say runner just made a run on archives. They know that it's only threat 3. If the Corp player fast advances out and Azef, they can Azef and measured response you because they get to threat 4 and have an extra click because, well, if you had like a wage workers or something, you nano management, triple fast advance a 3-2, use the wage workers click to measured, and go from threat 3 to measured response in the same turn, and get 2 damage from Azef. I've never seen it done, but I've thought about doing it several times.
One time I did have a play where I rezzed a Bioac, and that took me from threat 4 down to threat 3 because I sacked a green mail. And then
As you
my
do.
opponent says, I just realized that I didn't play that very smart. And I could die to measured response. I'm like, no, don't worry, we're not on threat 4 anymore. Next turn, advance a green mail that was sitting on the table and then measure him.
Yep, get right back into that threat 4. Ob can also do some dirty tricks to force threat. Like, let's say that there was a Mavirus in HQ when Prof Wacko made that archives run. And let's say server 1's an agenda. Ob can pop Mavirus, overinstall server 1 with, say, a Regolith, putting the agenda in archives after Prof Wacko has committed to access. So with no face down cards in archives, Ob can force feed you one. Which is risky, but like if it's a guaranteed win, if they take it, then you just do it, right?
Yeah, having your whole deck just available to install at any point is pretty good.
Yep. Overinstalling with Ob is, I think, something that I don't see people doing as much as they could. Those kind of tricks make more sense out of Jinteki, where they like moonpool 2 Fujis into the bin, and they're just like, okay, take these Fujis and die. But you don't see it coming out of Ob, but there's a similar line there.
Prof Racco possibly realizing that Kessleroid he may not have a solution for.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what's going on here. I don't see a solution. Unfortunately, too, this was res this turn, so like
Yeah.
a take back is pretty awkward. And now not only are you letting the corp res a mask for 1, you also took a tag with Hannah because it was a Hannah run.
Yeah. Kessleroid, absolute value.
Yeah, Kessleroid has, like, especially in the current meta, has been doing a lot of work for me. Really helps lock out those Audreys that were like, okay, I'll rely on my ice destruction to get that Audrey going again. Prof Wacko says, wait, LOL.
Yep. He popped the crew to try to trash it.
Oh. I mean, that seems like a reasonable take back.
That seems like a reasonable take back since that was public information.
Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately, if server 1 and R&D remain unassailable, like let's say that the runner doesn't have an answer to those, that means that the corp can kind of just shaper you, and like agendas don't even have to spend any time in HQ. They can just go straight from R&D to server 1. Although it looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, here's the solution.
There's a solution.
Just needed one more clause that said it can't be, the runner cannot trash or break this ice. That'd fix this.
Oh, I'd play that ice. The runner cannot trash or break. I'm happy with that. So interestingly, with needing 2 Botulus counters, the runner will only be able to threaten a Kessleroid every other turn, right? Which means there's not really a way to, like, run twice. So a single Mavirus does lock down that server once again. Because even if they, like, if you Mav at the right time, they would need like 2 simul chips to simul chip it back, break, simul chip it back, and break, and that just does not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen any simul chips? We have not. Yeah, I think it's looking rough for runner at this point. But then again, maybe the ob isn't on Mav, but I'm sure there's one. Okay,
Still
this is getting
like
fast advanced. Slab above the law. And the slab is technically protected because it's got Basalt Spire on there. So all corp needs... Oh, and there's a Spin Doctor. All corp needs to do at this point is draw 3/2 and have 2 credits.
Yeah, you probably... On the one hand, you have to consider running just to get that slash and burn out of archives so you can't basalt it back. But then that makes you vulnerable to the measured response, which you're also not prepared for.
At this point, I think we can safely assume that Corp has double measured. We know they have single because they have Basalt. I think odds are really high that the Corp can double measured here. So unless the runner can get to 8 credits, 4 cards, I don't think I'd be doing any running. Yeah, and they're not in a position to win by closing out the game. Yeah, also, if I'm the Corp here, I don't think I spin this. I think I Basalt first to see... Oh, I guess this is a Praxis, so it's not going to access cards anyway. But if it was a normal Archives run... also, say it is a successful run on Praxis. What are they going to pull back? Let's see.
It is. Yeah, crew makes sense as much as the Kessleroid doesn't care. As for programs...
Fermenter and Audrey are the only programs.
Oh, no, there's
you
a Rising
could
Tide
get...
in there. There's a Rising Tide.
Oh.
You can get that back.
Oh, yeah. Rising Tide, very important.
You know,
I missed that when I hit control the Sword Archives. I'm sorry?
So they did not end up picking the Rising Tide, so perhaps hoping just that the economy will get you out of this, because even if you install the Rising Tide, now you don't have the money to really do anything.
Yeah. Also, I think the runner is very likely dead now.
This does look pretty dead.
Yeah, I don't know how you survive. And unless the Corp hasn't drawn it, they've drawn over half their deck. Yeah, probably like 2/3 of their deck has been drawn, and they just need to find a single measured. Actually, the Corp has more outs than that. So the Corp's outs are any measured response, or any 3/2, because they can fast advance that and win 2. Well, so let's say there's three as Fs and 2. There's 5 outs for the Corp in a 24 card deck. Well, I guess 29 if you count the 5 in hand.
Yeah, perhaps the runner can take one of those outs out of HQ, but
maybe
there's just so many options.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I think the runner did need to run HQ here. I don't know how they can't get through this ice. There's no way.
And commenting that hitting the steel skin on that tide net damage, not good. Probably because they're hoping to
survive it with double steel.
Yeah, survive with double steel.
Makes sense to me. Double crew instead of double charm. We got this fancy new /undo paid ability button. But what would be really nice is if we got a /undo, I don't know how you do it, but run checkpoint or something. So go back 1 piece of ice. Undo click does just fine, but
it wouldn't be a checkpoint, because there's just so many checkpoints that occur all the time.
Sorry. I used that word loosely when I wasn't thinking of the rules implication. I meant go back 1 piece of ice, go back to the previous approach phase or something.
Mm-hmm.
But running the whole server over is fine. It's just usually it involves a lot of clicking dolls, I guess, which is no longer a problem. But dolls was always not fun to use on JNet when you had to do anything other than full break.
We have some advanced JNet knowledge. We have the /move bottom command.
I've never used that. Discards. What does that do?
It moves it to the bottom because buffer drive is supposed to put steel skin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking of the buffer drive. Interesting.
Although we haven't seen the steel skin leave yet, so.
Yeah, I mean, random effects are another reason why having a more powerful undo for mid runs would be nice. So you don't have to risk trying to manually reproduce a net damage if you aren't as cracked at JNet as Prof Wacko seems to be.
Well, there's a clear solution here, and we need to /summon. What's it called?
/summon judge.
The titanium ribs.
Oh, I see. Yeah, just get a titanium rib so that the net damage isn't random anymore. Pretty good.
We do get a trash wage workers out of HQ, but this notably does not look like a measured response removed from HQ.
Yeah. So, I think the best thing that Prof Wacko could have done there is bait out the double measured response. If they did have 2 steel skins, which is very likely with 15 cards left in the deck, and based on the comment that they made, end on exactly 4 cards, so that the steel skins get hit by the first one and you guarantee survive it. I think that Prof Wacko made a comment alluding to that maybe they realized that line after losing the 1 to Tithe.
Yeah, because I think if you just make that run on the, you just make that privileged access run, and then you say, "Whoops, Gesher died to measured now." I pushed the measured response button as Corp.
Yeah, exactly. You could even play the mind games a little bit there. So interestingly, we know a lot more about the Corp's hand at this point. We can be reasonably confident that there's no measured response in it, or they would have used it to win. The only way they don't win here is if Prof Wacko still has 2 steel skins. Well, actually they can't, because one's in the bin. They're both in the bin. Heap. Okay, so we know that the Corp does not have a measured response in hand, or they didn't see the line with Basalt. We also know that the Corp doesn't have a 3-2 in hand, or they would have just won with Basalt that way.
So it's a hand full of nothing.
Very good for Prof Wacko at this point. We also know that there's at least 3-2s in R&D. I think R&D is likely where all the points are at this point. Prof Wacko could be holding on to, Amarum could be holding on to some Basalts and just got lucky to not have them hit there, which makes sense. It was just a 1 in 5, but... And the Purge, resetting that Audrey, saying, "Oh, you managed to get in once with your crews. I'll lock you out another time." I think that with Audrey in particular, Audrey really needs to chain react with itself, and hitting that Purge as soon as they get an Audrey counter, as long as all of your centrals are locked down, or all trashable cards are locked down, very strong.
What do you think the odds are that the 3rd Kessleroid is on HQ now?
I think the odds are pretty good. Let's see where our crews are. There's 2 crews in the bin. I had not been paying attention to if a crew has been buffer drived somehow. I guess the runner would have had to take damage for that to happen, and I don't think we've seen that. I mean, it could be pretty good. I'd also be happy putting a Maskarovka there, because we know where 2 of the crews are, right? So like, okay, Corp pulls back the Slash and Burn. I think that makes sense, because Corp knows that as long as they top deck the Above the Law, they're good. Or sorry, not Above the Law, an Azef. They an off the books or an Azef, whichever they're on.
And if you draw some measured response, then they've made the successful run anyways.
True. The agenda suite on Scrobs is very weird. It's 3 Basalts, 3 Slash and Burns, 2 Azefs, and an Above the Law. Obviously Scrobs is doing really well, but I think that is an uncomfortable place to be, to have 3 3-2s and 3 Slash and Burns. I really want that 4th 3-2 to prevent the Slash and Burns from rotting in my hand, right? Like I'd rather have a 3-2 and be waiting on my Slash and Burn than the other way around.
Yeah, because you can install the 3-2 in your remote, and then it's a very credible threat. And the same is not true of Slash and Burn.
Yeah, and if you score it, you're pretty happy. Just like never advancing an Azef or an Above the Law, like you're happy with that. But if you've got a Slash and Burn, you're like, come on, where's my 3-2? So I really like having more 3-2s than Slashes. That being said, the math just doesn't work out that way. Would I play 2 Slashes and 3 Azefs, 1 Above the Law? Maybe.
I've done it before.
Yeah.
But this was
Scrobs also is doing so
pre-elevation.
much other stuff. So, yeah. Pre-elevation?
Oh. My 2 slash and burn decks were pre-elevation, so who knows what's correct these days.
All right, a white space. You can just use the crew, don't even need to take a tag. Not that I think the runner cares that much about tags at the moment.
All right, we do see
So,
Baby Gourmand.
Yeah, server 1 could be a lot of things.
Assault Spire out of HQ.
Honestly, if I was Corp, I would have strongly considered... tell me if I'm crazy here. What if you just install advance the slash and burn in server 1? What are the runners' ways to get into server 1? Like, I guess they still have Botulus. Potentially more Botulus. Yeah.
Not without a cookbook, they don't.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Well, they could do it on... They could... No Simulchip either. Yeah, I think I would just install advance the slash and burn. That seems pretty safe. Gets it out of HQ.
Yep, time to just plunder HQ.
Okay, so hang on a second. I don't know at what point... I don't know, I'm guessing it came in the same turn. They spun back the nano management. So it's not like they're holding on to a nano management. They're like, I don't need to pre-advance it. Okay, it's Bass. Install.
It's probably the wage workers.
And then this is the slash and burn. Interesting. Right. I think with HQ being the vulnerable server, I would have just put the slash in server 1. I think server 1's a lot safer. I guess they could have... you know what they could have done? Runner could have praxised. If they had another praxis, they could praxis, get the rising tide back.
Yeah, the thing about that is that the runner wasn't that far off of cracking server 1 because... You know, we saw you get an HQ once and you trash something, there's your Audrey counter through the Kessleroid, and they had a crew on the table. So
that's a good point.
So it's possible that HQ is like, due to the 1 in 5, HQ is safer, and then even if they crack the remote, then they still have to... All they get is your fast advance piece.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, and they don't really want to play 3 to trash the Bass, or 4 to trash the Bass, because they'll just die to measured.
Now this has brought up a good point. Kessleroid, good piece of ice. So I'm going to go edit my deck list real quick. All right, nobody look.
Kessleroid does a lot of work. I was playing against Leah Dahlia, who was on a version of Bass, which I won't spill all of her secrets, but the Kessleroids did a lot of work in that Bass.
All right, nobody saw anything. But that brings us to not much left in the round. That is table 6 with Lunari and Lish. So let's see if they want to be afflicted with the stream curse.
Yeah, let's find out.
Wait, Lish is in chat. I don't think this game is still happening. Or maybe it is. Ooh. Let's see. It is possible that this game could end shortly, and we are in. So we see Nuvem with a fair bit of ice res and 6 agenda points in their score area, but the runner is on a very promising looking run into R&D.
Although Nuvem guarantee has triple measured next turn. They pull one back on, they do the thing. So if the runner doesn't win this turn, they're dead. As long as they made a successful run. They
Tall
did.
order from 0 points. Also, I think the corp can only have double measured because there's 3 in archives right now.
Oh, there's 3 in archives.
Counters.
Pull one back.
Good hunting.
Yeah, you're right.
Getting
Okay,
those
double.
measures out of the game.
Double, but currently, unless the runner can get 4 credits in a click, I think it's over for the runner. What?
Ooh, pinhole the remote. Now that
pinhole the remote. That must have been a misclick, right?
Yeah, there's literally nothing that you can touch with the pinhole.
Unless, okay, there is an edge case where you would do something funny like that. You still wouldn't do that. But if you were on Steel Skins and needed to dump a card, you would just pinhole and just bounce so that you guaranteed hit your Steel Skins or something.
It could still be the play if this Baz has found influence for some Steel Skins.
I doubt to see that out of Baz, but out of another identity, sometimes you just need to get rid of a card. I should try to follow the YouTube chat some more. I'm not very good at that.
All right, 5 minutes left in the round, and we do see a comment. I'm very good at JNet. So this is possible that you press the start turn button, and then it's the double basalt doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
All right, maybe not thinking about the measured responses in archives. We're just going to expend a tree line on the logjam, which will make it nice and annoying for the runner to deal with. There's a Maskarovka you can charge up the Kurapira on, but that's not cheap.
Yeah, not without a Chesva or something. It's still 4 credits to charge, 3, I guess, if you want to give the corp money, which you don't. Oh wait, corp's poor all of a sudden. When did that happen?
Yeah, when did that happen? I thought we just had 11 credits. Oh wait, Ice must have got rezzed or something.
Yeah, no. So where was the run last turn? I was looking at YouTube chat. Was it HQ?
I am not sure.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I was certain we had a little bit of money. Oh well.
Yeah, so I guess that's one of the reasons why we didn't pull back the measured. They did spend a basalt on something. When was that? Immediately after using Nuvum's ability. So trash card with Nuvum, pull back. So my guess is it was an agenda and they wanted that in server 2. So server 2 is looking a lot like an agenda right now. And it's not looking like Baz is going to get to it through a logjam. Logjam is pretty boomerang proof.
Yeah, it cost you 8 credits to get through that, honestly.
Yeah, you're too far away from getting the Kurapira charged up. Oh, someone in chat pointed out that giving them the 2 on Maskarovka does not allow you to charge Kura. I was mistaken. Of course it doesn't.
Yeah, it says fully break.
Fully break, not
That's
just
secret
pass.
technology.
Also means you can't charge Kuru when you get through your envelopments. If you want to let the envelopment trash, which is pretty great.
Well, criminals have had it too good for too long, with Kurapir being a playable breaker.
Kurapir has been very strong. I think the secret strength of Kurapura is how it warps corpse that play around it. Like, it effectively turns 3 Tattoo Bolas into blank cards. So just like the corp now has 3 dead draws in their deck, which is pretty strong. This looks like silver.
All right, above the law. Now the real question is, which resource do you trash at this point?
I trash the twinning every time.
Understandable. This is what happens to people who play the twinning. All right, that is a wrap on round 5. We were probably going to have... Yeah, we'll probably have about 5 minutes before we pair the next round. I need to take a quick bathroom break, so we will throw to music for about 1 song's duration.
All right, sounds good to me.
All right, catch you all in a moment. All right, and we're back looking at starting round 6.
All right, yeah, let's do it. Hmm.
All right, taking a look at the pairings. Let's try to look around the middle of the table. We have not seen Restoring Humanity at all this tournament.
Oh yeah, I could play
And at this
some.
point,
I could
pretty
see
much
some
everyone's
RH.
been on stream a fair bit. All right, want to have a look at table 3?
Yeah, let's do table 3. All right, so there's 2 main versions of RH floating around. There's the play 3 5/3s, 3 Fujis, 3 Sams, and then just glacier up and protect your remote with Skunk Void. The other version of RH that's pretty popular is you play some nastier face check ice, like 1 Cloud Eater, and you play a this is, what do they call the deck? Snake something. You play a Cloud Eater and you play like a Sisenton, you put that in archives, and you use Proprio Negation to force the runner into that ice multiple times, preferably when they don't have the tool to deal with it. You just chain your Proprio Negations, and if they ever get too greedy, you just punch them into a Cloud Eater. Hilariously, Ob is not the only faction that can res and use Half Rune at an unfair time. RH can res a Half Rune, get the Half Rune effect, and then immediately before the runner has options to jack out, I guess you can, yeah, before you let them end the run on the Half Rune, you bounce them into the remote, and the Half Rune now applies to the Cloud Eater that's sitting on the remote.
Truly, we just needed to have more ways to not allow people outs of the Half Rune.
Exactly.
Which way do you think is next?
Oh, God. How else could you abuse? Okay, so Ob abuses Half Rune by resing it when they're not supposed to. RH abuses Half Rune by sticking an ice in your face when they're not supposed to.
Yes,
What's another way you like? I guess there's a not you can't jack out
directly into another one.
What's that?
So they forcibly put you into an encounter with a different piece of ice and still get the Half Rune.
Yep. I mean, that's what the Proprio Negation does. Unless I misunderstood.
You know, I guess maybe a microweb trigger could install Half Rune, res Half Rune, and then do something.
Oh yeah, for sure. At that point, you're already resolving subs, but maybe there's another sub on another ice that like moves you around into another server. So like mid microweb resolution, you put them somewhere else, kind of like Proprio Negation does. Okay, Tattoo with double upgrade here. My guess is that this... Okay.
It looks a little like La Costa into
Charlotte. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I just couldn't come up with the card names. So Pinhole right off the top from Kabloosh. Yeah, I don't know what the R&D check was about. Maybe, so it was to get the lat draw, I think. They just had an extra click to do something with, and they're just like, I'll check R&D.
Yeah, I didn't want to spend it clicking for a credit.
Yep, so that's... I guess this could be a Proprio Negation, but I doubt it. I think it is a Charlotte.
Yeah, that definitely looks like
Charlotte with 3 credits, yeah.
Charlotte didn't resolve last turn. We'll make it resolve this turn.
Exactly. Which leads me to believe that this is probably the Glacier version, but I guess we don't know yet.
I mean, you basically don't need any justification to put Charlotte and La Costa in your deck. It's just so good.
Yeah, I'm just thinking more about play patterns than the actual cards we've seen, but I don't know. I'm not sure I can really justify that take if I think about it too hard.
That's why we have to keep talking. Never give people a chance to question what we're saying.
Oh, I like this. I like this idea. I've actually been thinking about starting up a stream of my own, and so that's good advice. Just say another dumb thing before people can criticize your first dumb thing. All right, and we do have Charlotte Lacosta with a bonus advancement on it. So that Charlotte was basically a click for 2 credits. That's just sitting there waiting to be cashed in ahead of time.
Yeah, now
Also nice to have that. Yeah, go ahead.
we've drawn a lot of cards, so yeah, it looks like it is time for Charlotte to go and maybe try to get your first prior negation scored. Because HQ undoubtedly has seen at least one agenda by now, with 32 cards left in R&D out of probably 42 or 44.
No, I think you're right. I think that is a good sign that it is. I don't know what I would have cooked a Charlotte longer if I was on the Glacier version for sure. Like you want to be drawing more cards because you need to find more ice. Like unless they're really flooded, which I doubt because the first ice went on R&D. Seamless. Interesting. Sisyphus. Okay, yeah. So the third secret version that we didn't talk about. Huh.
Kabloosh throwing out the challenge of winning fast.
Yeah, they had like a playful little exchange there at the front. What did he say? Kabloosh says, "My heart can't take another game like last round, so win fast, please." Oh man. Yeah, Sisyphus. Sisyphus is like the only thing that I think is justifiable to try to jam there with no defensive upgrade. I guess they probably had this second Charlotte in hand, so they're like, I can afford to get rid of the Charlotte because I'm just gonna put a new one in there.
Yeah, and the runner didn't trash the Charlotte out of hand, so it's hard to say that you should trash the Charlotte in HQ when there's one on the table, but it's sure is looking pretty good for the corp now that you didn't.
Leodalia says, After Image can get through Empiricist twice for 4 stealth bucks. Interesting. So
is that not a once per turn?
After Image? Let's find out.
Oh.
I have to look. I have to pull up the card.
It is a once per turn.
Leah trying to bait misplays over here.
All right. Meantime, we see environmental testing just ticking along, finishing. And now, Shaper's back in business. Whoa, we're sending a message. And now we have a good Sisyphus target on R&D. Don't even have to pay for it.
I don't even think Kabloosh can claim the stream curse here because really, I think it's the Kabloosh curse because he quite literally asked his opponent to win fast. So he's playing against a deck that should be a little bit more glaciery and a little slower, and it's just like, you know.
Now we're just watching some
chugging right along.
Precision design gameplay right here.
Exactly. Overclocks the Vampy.
Euler, this is a definite best case scenario. 2 credits per Vampy pass.
Yeah, that's not bad. And like, sure, they're probably going to Sisyphus you through it another time because why not for a credit, but still, only 2 credits to do it again, not bad.
Spectacular.
I'm guessing that's going to come up several times where we're going to be simul chipping that Euler to get through the double Vampies.
Hoping that the runner was choosing Hyperbaric, but not today. And a Sisyphus protocol for your own. What a happy day. Don't you just love seeing Sisyphus protocol in score areas?
Yeah, I'm sure the runner likes it in their score area a lot more.
And back to R&D because it's only costs 2.
Yeah, why not? Fresh card. Another Sisyphus. Wow. All right, all the Sisyphus are out of the deck. And only one in the corpse score area. I mean, that could be... Let's see, what agendas does the Sisyphus version run? Probably I mean, we got 2 more send a messages. That's 15 points. We have 3 more points to account for. So, like, what are the
I think he
last
just put another
3 points?
pointer, whichever one. So
A
like
Fuji?
one
Yeah.
Fuji. Because clearly, in a deck that's already playing La Costa, we're putting seamless launches, multiple of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. You're just planning on scoring anything with 5. So this could be game right here for sure.
Now, this would be where a Cloud Eater would be very dramatic.
Oh, absolutely. Because you get the special Cloud Eater text on both. However, it does usually just end up being like take 2 tags. It's pretty devastating for your twinning. I would charge twinning here with Stone Ship, I think. Oh yeah, okay, he is. So he's just hoping that he can rip it off the top 3. Did not rip it, probably because it's in server 1. What else could server 1 be? The 3rd Charlotte? Defensive upgrade?
Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor. Yeah, I think odds are that Corp has not drawn another agenda because there's only 7 3-pointers. We're like, we're on rate for how many points have been found. So I think, yeah. I don't know if I'd be drawing through these cards. I guess they were drawing for ice maybe, because we knew the top 3 were safe. We had like at least a turn before ripping, past lock again.
And also,
But maybe they just wanted to get past lock. Sorry, go ahead.
Drawing also says that maybe that card in server 1's not an agenda, because if that was your game win by just doing nothing, then you don't break lock like that.
Yeah, that's a good point, because there was no. I can't remember if the mantle was fresh on the corpse turn. I think it was not. So there was no way they were seeing all 3 cards if you just take your corp draw. The most they see is the top 2. So I think you just don't break lock and you don't care about icing R&D.
That is a rejig we just saw played, so leaning heavily into the Euler technology of having that be fresh every turn.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Kabloosh is going to go for it. Go for the R&D dig. I mean, you could potentially install another stone ship and see 3 more again. How many are fresh on the top? Like how many they drew twice? So the top card of R&D is fresh.
But the problem is that even with the Euler discount, the runner has 3 credits. Like you can't afford to break Vampy a second time.
They can just let Vampy fire. If it's to win the game, like you break it once and you just let it fire the second time. Alternatively, oh, it looks like he's out of click, so he's not making the run this turn. All right. Yeah. So I think that is definitely not an agenda, or the game would be over. Spin and draw. So Haver Fun is just digging for an agenda to jam in server 1. Interesting. So draw 2 with spin. If you found the agenda, I would probably just put it in server 1 because that's probably a defensive upgrade in there. And then last click draw again. Last click draw being a little risky, meaning if you drew the agenda on the last click. Oh, it wasn't last click draw. It was second to last click draw because last click was ice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they didn't find it. I think they did not find the agenda because I would have just put it in server 1 instead of ice. HQ, right?
Look at us speeding along. We are whoa. We are looks like we're just gonna let literally everything fire. Cloud Eater, you bet we're gonna take it all.
Yep, then there it is. A Cloud Eater. Res this turn. It's gonna get passed twice. That's probably fine though. Oh, okay, so we lose the twinning, so now we're in for a single. Ugh.
But you will survive this run.
Did they Sisyphus? Oh yeah, okay, they did.
Yep, just deciding what do we actually trash.
Sisyphus. The runner encounters that ice again. So if Sisyphus makes you encounter the ice again, does it actually change your movement position, or are you still behind the Cloud Eater while encountering it?
You've still passed it. Forced encounters are like a phone call. They don't actually bring you to the thing you're encountering.
Gotcha. So you only pass the Cloud Eater once. The forced encounter does not result in another Cloud Eater pass.
Well, the thing is, it
Is that
does
right?
because Cloud Eater isn't when you pass. It says when an encounter with this ice ends.
Right. So it triggers Cloud Eater's text, but it doesn't trigger other cards that care about a pass.
Correct.
So if
Though
on something
in
other than Cloud Eater, yeah.
in in earlier days of Netrunner, before this was really defined, people thought, yeah, of course it brings you to that ice. So there was some infinite combo that doesn't work under current rules, where there's this ice that you'd use the twins that makes you discard a card to discard a piece of ice to make them encounter another copy of that ice on the table. And then ice would pick up that card, so you'd have this infinite combo to infinitely encounter the ice and then re-encounter it with the twins.
Like a drafter or something. I remember the twins.
Yeah, not a drafter.
Raylan
I think
card.
it was a next. It was one of the next pieces of ice, and someone in my group managed to resolve the infinite loop. And he says like, but then the problem is that I only have one res next ice, so all this loop does is sustain itself, and then when I stop it, I lose because there's a vanity project at the bottom of the server.
Funny.
I miss that.
Does
guy.
Netrunner have rules about what you do for an infinite loop? I assume you have to like pick a number of times to resolve it, like you do in Magic.
Yeah, there's rules.
If it is okay.
Yeah, there's rules. I think it's the corp has to, if someone is voluntarily maintaining the loop, then someone just has to let the loop continue. And if it's involuntary, then again, you have that kind of declaration that says, okay, loop ends after this much.
Yeah, if it's involuntary, the game just ends in a draw, right?
No, I believe the rules step in and say the loop ends.
Really interesting. Yeah, that's different than like Magic's interpretation. If all of the actions in the loop are mandatory and they trigger themselves, the Magic just ends in a draw and you play another game. We have an 8 tagged Kabloosh with 1 credit, still alive. Have her fun just digging for that last agenda.
So I've brought up the rules here. If a mandatory infinite loop is created, a player cannot choose to stop resolving the loop. The player who is resolving the loop chooses a number. We resolve that many times, it ends.
That's super interesting. I like that.
Because there's some things that like just because you manage to make a Ravana infinite loop or something, it's like that shouldn't just end the game.
Yeah, that does feel pretty anticlimactic. And especially since our rounds take a little bit longer, like we don't have time for best of 3 like Magic does. Magic just plays 1 extra game and they usually have time for that. We don't have that kind of time most of the time. So starting the game all the way over just because somebody is capable of pushing this panic button where you could just, I don't feel like playing this one out. Let's shuffle up again.
I think there's been some cursed tournament based strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh where like life gain is sometimes used because the game essentially goes to a draw and then draws are resolved by who has the higher life. So you play like one life game card to like, okay, well I've got 100 more life than you, so I win.
And then you're trying to just force the draw at a moment where you have more life. I can't believe this game is still going. I think that Haver of Fun is just really agenda starved here. With 8 cards left in R&D and 3 agendas left, we didn't see a push into Server 1. Server 1 looking a little less safe than it was before. Like, we don't know if that's a void or what. I mean, if I was Haver of Fun, I would hope that the thing with 7 advancements is a void. That's probably still a pretty safe Server 1 with Sisyphus and everything.
Looks like we might have found it.
Yeah, that's it. But credit. So no advancement on it, which means they're going to need at least one advancement. Like they can slow roll it with Lacosta, but that's risky. Putting the advancement also risky because it confirms to Kabloosh that it's the winning agenda. I guess we could also be seeing a clearinghouse here, as pointed out by Leah.
The seamlesses are also. Or was this a game with seamless? I forget.
I don't think that we have seen a seamless, have we?
Yeah, no, we've seen seamlesses, and they're no longer in archives, so they've been spun back.
Oh, we have seen seamless. Okay, that makes a lot more sense why you would never advance here. Yeah, with 7 cards left, they've almost certainly found the seamless. So with the seamless, I think that you have a good read there. This is definitely an agenda push. Or it's bait. If they think Kabloosh can get in, it's bait. So we know where 2 Vampiranassas are, and that's probably the biggest kind of vulnerability for Kabloosh. Because, or sorry, vulnerability, like liability for Haver of Fun. Because like you just pop that symbol chip and then you can get through that Vampy without too much trouble. Okay. Yeah, Kabloosh says, I don't care. I'm just going to run the remote or run R&D and try to win there. Which makes sense. I think there's 2 agendas out of 7, and Kabloosh is probably going to... Well, wait, how does Kabloosh get through Cloud Eater twice?
I mean, it technically doesn't end the run.
But it gets rid of twinning, which is like the whole point of installing twinning first.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if he could paint it, but there's no tools left.
Yeah, that is kind of wild to install twinning if you're just running for a single.
Trash Oiler.
Or just
okay. Oh wait, why didn't Sisyphus happen?
I think it did just now. Or oh no, wait. Okay. I think what happened was forgot that Sisyphus would not trigger on the Tactubola because Tactubola is not a sentry or code gate.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Leah Dahlia says a single is better than a nongle, which is true. However, I would just not spend click 1 to trash a twinning if I knew that twinning was doomed.
Sure, you could be up 2 cards instead of, or you could be up a card instead of down a card.
And 3 credits, yeah. I guess there's something to be said for you don't, like, Cloud Eater won't hit something else instead, but like you kind of put it down as a sacrificial construct.
All right, you want to take a look at table 4? PT is back.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Just checking if we can stream.
And we got the go ahead.
In. So we hear Sned back on PT with a very fun name to say versus Lunari on Lat.
Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. We got an empty propeller. What's in the bin? Runner bin has an Oiler, a Simmel chip, a Gauss, and a Unity for programs.
And on the corp side, we see it looks like that the runner has been playing the trap or no trap mind game and found some Reaper functions in the clearinghouse.
Oh, yeah, 2 Reaper functions, a FUT, mitosis. That's interesting.
Well, you just play it. That's...
Yeah, you just play it. You just play the card. and you resolve the text on it.
Plenty of suspicious advanced cards that the runner has not. Well, I guess we don't know if the runner's checked them or not.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know. Well, none of them were installed the previous turn. I mean, Kakarembo.
The ultimate shell game card. And you get to turn all of Archives face down.
So before Archives goes face down, we had 2 face downs. It's a bummer with Kakarembo that you like technically to play optimally, you should note down all the cards real fast. Does Kakarembo flip it face up? No, it doesn't. So like, yeah, you should like note down everything in Archives first, which is obviously a pain and nobody does it. Would be nice if it put it in JNet chat, but yeah. I wondered if one of these cards was just an agenda fully ready to score, just waiting for FUT to like make it worth it, right? Like you could like pretend that it's a failed trap in server 2 when really it's just an agenda. FUT with 2 different types of counters on him. That's always exciting.
We do try to make sure cards never get printed that themselves put 2 different kinds of counters on them.
Of course. But alas, PT has found a way around it with their machinations.
Somehow, the multiple different counters on a card has returned. And yeah, on to you to come challenge this FUT, which is, it's nice that it comes on the table and says, okay, normally you try not to play the shell game, but if you go R&D, then you now have to start taking FUT damage.
Wait a minute, I think I missed that. Kakarembo was what got FUT back?
No.
Yeah, I think they just Kakarembo'd FUT. Because it's the only card with the halo around it.
Yeah,
I must have missed that.
Kakarembo was used to recur FUT. Put it in server 7.
It's just
res in server 7.
Yeah. Interesting. I am wondering if these server 2, server 11 are actually just agendas waiting to score.
That'd be fun. Yeah, Kakarembo is just a restorer that costs a lot more clicks.
A lot more clicks.
Regolith. Get that out of here. We can't let the corp have money.
Yeah, Lunari with 5 cards on a stone chip. Definitely feeling a little bit better here. Getting rid of that FUT. The enemy didn't seem to set them back too far. What did they lose to an enemy? Cataloger? That's annoying.
Yeah, it did require a very ambitious called shot to just advance to 7 and then ask the lad if they wanted to pop the stone ship. Because actually the timing works out unfavorably for the corp there.
For advancing what to 7?
Like, imagine we have a clearinghouse on the table.
Yeah. One of my games at Worlds played out pretty similarly to that. I was against a lat that had stone ships, and I was trying to clearinghouse that lat player. You know, come to think of it, I think you were on lat at Worlds, weren't you?
I was on lat at Worlds, yes.
Perhaps that player was you.
Not impossible. Were you on Auco? I think my main losses were against Auco.
No, I was on RH, and we did play against each other.
All right, check Archives.
you definitely taught me something about the intricacies of playing whatchamacallit, Clearinghouse into a lat with Stone Chip. The windows at which you have to like res your Clearinghouse were like a little bit different because I had to res it to show you that I had it, and then you're like, okay, now that I know that it's a Clearinghouse, you still have a window to Stone Chip.
Yeah, because
So I couldn't just
window,
like, it's at 7.
yeah, the pay to build window stays open if either player does anything. So you going up to a 7 advanced clearinghouse gives the other player a chance to just, okay, pop a stone ship.
Yeah, but you don't have to pop until I res it. So you don't have to like think that maybe it's an agenda at 7 or whatever. Oh my goodness, double clearinghouse.
Woo.
Oof.
Any action indeed.
I think I would take an action here. We also have an Anacam, so runner is going to be on 7 cards. Almost certainly an event will get trashed. So they're effectively on 8 cards. Action after.
Yeah, so there is a pay to build you window before and after every action. So we can let these fire for the start of the turn trigger. And then in case the corp has some action
like install flat score agenda. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like play an Angelique or something.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so they probably just were doing that to manipulate which cards in hand got trashed. Anacam did draw a card because we trashed at least 2 events there.
Yeah, this also gives you a chance to, if somehow blood in the water is involved, make sure that the corp never has a clean time to get away with that.
Yep.
All right, so now that the corp has fired all the bullets, server 2 looks a lot like it's just a trap that didn't work.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the case. Advancing Charlotte here. Yeah, with runner having 7 cards left in stack, 3 in grip, like maybe those were just value. Like, don't let the runner trash them. Get some value net damage out of it. Get rid of that stone ship, and then like Sericulture. Okay. Yeah, no FUT to back it up. Oh, Archives has been flipped up. There's 1 FUT in Archives, so there's 2 FUTs still around. 2 bites in Archives too. Interesting.
I mean, what self-respecting shell game deck wouldn't be playing 3 bites?
Leodalia says the pay-to-ability window after clearing house is corp priority. No? Question mark. I mean, yeah, definitely corp gets to act first in that.
Yeah. So if you had, say, res fut and into score and agenda that's been pre-cooked on the table, that would be corp favored. But if you need to spend a click doing something, then the runner will be able to use a stone chip before that.
Exactly, because there's a pay-to-ability window before every action. All right, jailbreaking the Samak. We can get through for 2 credits and 1 bullet. We draw a card, which is pretty.
It's just 1 credit on the Gauss.
1 credit with a fresh Gauss. That's right. My bad.
That is a vulnerability audit. Need to include into the shell game deck because you're never fast advancing anything. You might as well have an easier 3-point score.
So to answer Leah's question, the blood would have to have been on the table, I believe. If there was a blood on the table, then yes, they should pop first.
And
oh wow, runner win
the right
here.
Shell, just get a Sericulture expansion off the table.
It was a Fuji. I wondered about that. Server 2 was a Fuji. I was definitely thinking that was the only reason why, like, resurrecting FUT made sense to me there by spending your Kakarembo. Because I'm like, you probably want to, like, combo it with some big agenda score and just like kill with that.
And that would be a good reason to. That is a good reason to make sure that you never let the corp have an action window where you're at one card, because you could die to this cooked Fuji.
Yeah, you could die to the cooked Fuji, although they would still need to advance it. So they would need to take. Oh yeah, sorry, an action, not a paid ability window. I misheard you. Which the runner did not do. They did not allow an action window. They did allow it to go to the corpse paid ability, though.
All right, and then that is going to be the end of this 6 rounds of Swiss. Let's see if we are. I think we're gonna get a cut to top 3. I'm gonna have to scroll up a bit. No, wait, there's an announcements channel. Yeah, 3-player cut.
Cool. All right, so standings after round 5, we have 2 players on 12 points and 5 on 9. So let's see, Amaram and Viljams, who actually played? Let's see what we can piece together here.
Viljams got a win in round 6.
So Viljams is in 100%. Amaram is on 12 points. So anyone that caught Amaram, so anyone that won off 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is likely going to pass Amaram. Well, Not Again or Kabloosh could pass Amaram, but Kabloosh did not win. So did Not Again win? Not Again did win. Okay, I think that means Not Again is in on 12, because Not Again has really high strength of schedule and is 12. So we've got Amaram on 15, Not Again on 12. This third placement is harder to find. Is anyone else on 12 between Haver, Prof, and Sned? Haver, right? We just watched Haver win. So Prof lost, Haver won, and Sned lost. Lunari was a pair up? Yeah, Lunari was paired up, so Lunari wasn't in contention for it. So I think it's going to be Amaram, Not Again, and perhaps actually Viljams still. Yeah, I think it's Viljams.
All right, we'll have to wait until we get all the results in. We have 7 minutes left in the round.
Right, is this last game still going?
Yeah, maybe.
Am I allowed to peek in there?
We've been asked not to stream.
Oh, okay. Because of time. Makes sense.
All right, so let's... All right. Now what can we do?
How about you? What have you been brewing lately?
I've been working on a Synapse deck, which started with my Crown of Servers deck, because that was made with the goal of picking obscure cards opponents would have to read.
That's always a good goal.
So I've ended up
that is like the number one way to bring joy to a Johnny's heart. It's just pick up their card and read it. It'll make them so happy.
Yeah. So I've ended up on a Synapse Mutually Assured Destruction deck.
Okay.
And the idea is that we have Sun Commandment in faction, so you can have a click left over after you mutually assured them.
That is pretty good, because it is a triple, not a terminal.
Not terminal at all. And then there's nonsense you can do by getting, say, you can chain Freedom of Information scores if you have if you've managed to stick a powers that be.
Yeah. Huh.
You can also get an extra install on a turn that you are IP enforcing them, because you're removing a tag to trigger Synapse.
That's pretty cool. definitely the timing with Synapse is usually pretty unfortunate because like the runner will just remove tags early in their turn, so you're not really going to throw an agenda down. But if you're removing the tag on a turn where you give them a bunch of tags, like this mutually assured destruction is very interesting to me.
Yeah, it is. It is fascinating brewing, but also like, there's just not Synapse support, so to speak. So it's I don't think I'm gonna pioneer a new archetype that's gonna be taking the next competitive season here.
All right, it looks like we have standings. We have Amarum in first, Vilgems in second, and Not Again at the top of the 9 bracket. Oh wait, no, that's never mind. That's the
No,
previous round
we
still.
have not concluded the round yet.
I don't know why I thought we did.
It's just so tempting to keep F5ing, and eventually the results will appear.
Leah Dahlia says, "Wait, what was the Synapse interaction? I'm very interested. It's your thing, so I'll let you take it."
So the theory is that an ID that is blank all game is acceptable if it triggers once and it's really good. See Iswak. And so the theory is that if you're doing something like IP enforce, that clears a tag and gives you an Iswak install. And then if they're in tag hell because you've mutually assured destruction them, you can just drop a freedom of information on the table and move it directly into your scroll area.
That is pretty good. I really like the powers there too. Because you can chain with powers from any that are sitting in HQ or archives. Just chain out, right? Because powers
Yeah,
can go
HQ
from
or
HQ,
archives.
right? Yeah.
And then this gives you the opportunities to use Oracle Think Tank, because then they pretty much have to clear that tag immediately, and Oracle Think Tank on top of a Amaze's Amusements is just a really cheap Oppo research with no threat requirement. Now the catch is that the barriers you want to play, they're kind of limited. Like, I made some meme picks because I was trying to make people read my cards, so I put in Klevetnik and Capacitor. But realistically, those never do anything, and they're just worse Palisades. And we already don't play Palisade.
Yeah, I've gotten blown out by Klevetnik, but I really haven't seen it much since the days of Bonhar. Like it was very good for like turning off Bonhar though.
Was it? I don't think I've seen it actually used for that purpose. Like, for most of the time, some kind of depraved R plus deck would be a pretty good solution to Banhar, because those decks didn't have the economy to deal with the nickel and diming with tags.
Can't remember who was on it. Honestly, it sounds like a Kabloosh thing. Kabloosh might have put Klevetnik in even he might have put it in Ob to blank a to blank sorry, to blank Bonhar or something back in the day. I can't remember for sure, but it definitely have had it stop my Bonhar from working.
The depraved Seattle special.
Yeah, checks out.
But I think I need to go and actually take out all of the meme cards. Like, Janaina is in there because, again, people probably don't know what it does. It turns out nobody needed to read that card.
Because it wasn't good enough to warrant reading.
No, there's plenty of text
Or
on
it's
it.
just
It's just seemingly everyone knew what it was because they read it last release.
oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward too.
All right. We have timer finished, round 6 ends. They must be really cooking in the last table.
I don't know Lish, but Fire RL is a Mental Bost player.
Yeah, that is someone who's also up from the Seattle area, if I recall correctly.
That sounds right to me.
Wait, were you not in Seattle?
Yeah, I am. No, I know that for sure.
If we take a look at the faction balance, for all that there's no NBN here, we've actually got no more than 2 players on each identity. It's about as even as it could be.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, that's right. It is a pretty small tournament, so it makes sense. Because let's see, the only thing to make it more even would be if an OB player switched to HB between the 3 corps. And what do we got?
Surely you switch.
Yeah, you can't really fix the runners any more than that. What?
Surely you switch to Jinteki because that's the smallest pie slice.
Oh wait, why? Oh, I got thrown off by the numbers next to the thing. We have 2 PDs, not a single PD. Yeah, no, you're right. Switch to a PD and then switch to a Jinteki and it's as balanced as possible.
Perfectly balanced.
As all things should be.
All right, we got some judge typing over in the AMT channel. We shall await their judgment. And I was joking that at some point I should just have some B-roll running to emulate the King's Court podcast. And my thought was it should be just literally the King's Court podcast while they've got some Subway Surfer GIF open.
Oh my god, King's Court brain rot. Just get like 10-hour King's Court brain rot, specifically King's Court.
Specifically.
Yeah. I think I'm a couple episodes behind, which I need to catch up because that podcast is really funny. Shout out to Brandon.
Shout out to Axu for suggesting that you just eat the card.
I think out of any Netrunner podcast, that one has left me in tears crying the most. Brandon is so funny.
We do have our top cut at last. So our top 3 players now doing a top cut. Viljums in top with 15 points on Op and Arisana. Amarum and Not Again coming up in 12 points through the strength of schedule. We have Op making it again and LEO. So it looks like Op is back on the menu. Then they're playing Hoshiko, the both of them. We shall judge them harshly for it. Not really.
Shout out to Haver of Fun in 4th who bubbled out, but one of the 12-point players. Shout out to everybody that showed up to play in the AMT too. Like, always good to see people playing tournaments.
Yeah. I know it's like the chaser of the competitive season coming up on Jank season, but it's good to see everyone participating in this.
Honestly, I probably would have participated. I kind of forgot about it, and then I just clicked onto YouTube, and the first thing I heard was I watched about a game, and then heard you saying you were going to be all by yourself, and I'm like, well, I won't stand for that. So I sent Cephalopod a DM and said I wanted to do commentary.
Yeah, it's surprisingly easy to get into positions of trusted and power around here. Just have to be around when you need an extra warm body.
Well, let's see how long before I corrupt then, I guess. Cyber Shark corruption arc.
I think I ended up commentating the Crown of Servers in 2024 at Worlds because Jeff literally asked, "Is anyone not doing anything?" And hey, that's me.
Yeah.
So I believe these are both Scrobs lists, right? I think we've seen nothing but Scrobs.
Amarum was Scrobs. Viljums, I think they're both Scrobs. Yeah, we haven't seen a non-Scrobs Ob. We don't know who won the coin flip yet. Does Cobra do the coin flip for us too? I assume that it does. It's got to.
I mean, there's no coin flip. I think it's just the top. So I think we are doing
double
second and third
double
place.
Side squares.
And second place decides what side of the matchup to play.
That's right. Okay. So that's what we're waiting. We're waiting on.
That's why you want to get your good strength of schedule and just win forehead.
Well, Amerim and Not Again were actually tied on strength of schedule. It went to extended strength of schedule to determine that Amarum actually gets to choose here, which is pretty powerful. So, like, that's not just Amarum's opponents, that's Amarum's opponents' opponents. So, like, basically every player in the tournament effectively had an impact on who gets to play who got to play first here, which is kind of funny. So a player dropping that's in your extended strength but not your opponent's extended strength could be the difference between you choosing what side in a small tournament like this.
I mean, I think honestly I forget what the math is on this strength of schedule, but I think it's supposed to be the number of points out of the number of possible points. So I don't think drops are supposed to tank your SOS.
They don't tank your SOS, but it does change because whether that player participates in another game that they may win, they may lose, or they may just not participate in that game. All three of those will affect your strength of schedule differently. But you're right. You don't get punished for one of your strength of schedule people dropping. It is usually better for them to stay in as long as you hope that they stay in and keep winning.
What am I doing with this default background here? I need to change this.
What were we on? We were on a Rising Tide.
Well, I'm currently looking at the Beanstalk.
Oh, that. Yeah, that one.
Let's try to find that.
Did the players getting their 5-minute or like some sort of 5-10 minute break to decide sides and take a break or something? Is that what we're doing?
Hard to say. I don't see any timers running, and we're probably not going to be using a timer as we close out the event. We'll just go straight from when a match closes to the next match.
Makes sense. I know that you're supposed to get 5 minutes to review deck lists and make a decision, so maybe they're taking that.
Doing some live, trying to track down which element this layer is.
Is it not a switchable thing through settings?
Oh, it might be.
There's game board background as a setting. Oh, maybe it's not changeable.
So
yeah, it looks like you might have
game. I don't think there's one for when you're just on random screens in the non-game board.
Yeah, I guess not. JNet could be due for a refresh with some fancy new NSG art. It's been on the route for quite some time. That was a 2014 card.
That has been quite a while.
And I don't know if it's been there. Yeah.
Shoutouts to people who are working on successors to JNet. Lucy's work, who was commentating earlier, is working on Netrunner Online, which is a fully strictly rules compliant engine, which is going to support NSG cards only.
And you know if that's going to be like a Unity project or through a browser still?
I think it is. I think it's currently a downloadable thing if you've seen any of the beta builds. I don't know if it would end up having a browser port.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about stuff like that. Getting some more graphical feedback on some of the things I think could really help make the game feel more comfortable to play. Things like drawing cards, if that had an animation, like you wouldn't have to hover chat constantly to see if the corp has drawn past your lock or whatnot. I have a random question for you. So I'm playing on a client like Magic Arena. If you reveal the opponent's hand stays revealed until they play a card from it, and then that card obviously just goes out of their hand, or they do something that obscures their hand of revealed information. Like, let's say they shuffle a card back at random, so you don't know which it is, so it just hides the whole hand. Would you like that functionality on Netrunner DB or no? Or sorry, on JNet or no?
On JNet? I mean, essentially, you can. So, have you heard of the Cyber Feeder add-on?
Yeah, does that remind you what cards were? It puts it in the chat, right? Where it said like you access this on top of the deck.
Yeah, there's some stuff that say you. So standard JNet, you access a card on top of R&D. You see it briefly in the window where you choose what you do with the access, and then once you get done with that access, then you lose that information forever. And so Cyber Feeder has an optional ability to move that into the chat log, essentially. But there's not something as...
I have the Cyber Feeder ability turned on, and that is super, super helpful to like...
Oh.
Like if you just click access, and you're like, wait a minute, what did I see? Like having that in the chat log is nice. But then if it's several turns later and you're like, wait, like you should know most of HQ by now, but like you weren't paying attention or whatever. Like it would be nice to have those cards remain flipped up until the corp installs an ice, and then like all the ice in their hand go face down or whatever.
Yeah, and it probably would be in keeping with the theory of the idea that note taking should be allowed. That maybe the client should be as aggressive about making that information visibly available to you.
Yeah, as much as it is trackable. Just curious what people's take is on that, because like I think that trackable information should generally just be given to the user when the computer can do that. But some people feel differently, and they like that it's a skill to remember or to take the notes and pay attention to that.
And hello from Circuitous Impulse. We are... Yeah, sorry, Cror, I got distracted trying to find the image. But yeah, we are ready. We have the final game happening. And the second versus third game has been conceded. So, long day. So we are just in the finals match now. And we get to look
somebody conceded already?
Yeah, looks like... So we are facing Amaram versus Viljams. So that ends up being...
All right, yeah, so not again, just took the third place standing and dropped out. Okay.
Yeah. If you've got a CBI invite already, then not a huge necessity to play it all out.
Is this a this is single elimination at this point or double?
The first place seed might get an extra life on this, so
yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I would assume like that's what would happen if this were single elim in a larger cut. Yep, one day.
Oh, I don't actually know. So single elim, first place seed gets 2 lives, even in single elim?
No, probably not single elim. Honestly, I don't run the fancy judge brackets at all, so you could just tell me something and I'll believe you.
I honestly don't know. I haven't been to... It's been a long time since I've been in a tournament that cut to less than 8. Like, I've been in a lot of the bigger ones lately, but... these cuts to 3 is kind of interesting because it's like...
All right, this is
did not again...
Elim. No extra lives.
Single elim. Okay. No extra lives. So I guess there's... The only advantage to top seed is I guess you just get a bye first round. Okay, yeah, you have to play one less game.
All right,
So like,
and we do have the game starting, op icing HQ and getting a remote started. Aerosonic going right into the Knickknack engine first
oh,
turn into a Basalt Spire Steel with nothing in archives to pick up.
dang.
That's not good. You want to pick something up with the Basalt Steel.
Oh, brutal.
And a creative commission, so we're into a very strong economic start with your muse still there to get you up to 11 credits on your first run next turn.
We extracted that for a spin doctor. We get to discard one here. So honestly, kind of looking like perhaps Amarum has more agendas. Oh wait, so they're not discarding.
No, that was click one. We're just playing cards.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So we see new card in the remote, new card out naked, could be another wall to wall. And in fact, do we have the ability to view deck lists?
Not
We
in
do.
the client.
Oh no, we do. It's on the
On
chat
Cobra.
button. No, in the client, right under the chat.
No, you're
bar.
right. I can never find that.
So as for assets, we do see anthills and bass, and of course wage workers, several of them.
3 wall-to-walls. I do think like if you're extracting a wall-to-wall for spin, that definitely increases the odds that they had another wall-to-wall to put down.
I mean, wall to wall is not
But then
that
again,
important.
no. It's nice when it's your only asset though. Like extracting it when it's the only asset and you're getting maximum value from it hurts a little bit, but the money can be pretty important, especially because like one of the lines this odd player could pivot to, like if you get blown out early by like an early Basalt Steel, is you could be like, okay, well, we might get to threat 4 a little sooner than expected, and maybe you can try and like just go like deeper on the measured response plan, assuming they have them.
Simulchip in order to just get back a muse stack, and we're getting really close to having like 20 credits on the runner side, but not pulling out any ice breaking tools.
Click to draw twice, and then install ice on R&D. Trash. One of the things that I think players, like a really common thing that people could do better against Ob, is challenge those spin doctors early, because the spin doctor sitting there naked effectively means Ob can not just search your deck, but they can search all of archives. So the longer the spin doctor gets there, the more like options it's giving every single Ob fire after that, because it's like, okay, well, like you leave it there for a few turns, now there's a Mav in the bin and you can fetch for Mav, or now there's the particular ice you needed, or anything really. The longer spin sits there, the more of a liability it is. Even if it's not doing anything, it's still doing something.
To say nothing of, this is a 3 slash and burn agriculture deck. If spin's on the table, you can slash and burn.
Exactly. Yeah, that too. And I think the other thing is like, oh wow, wage workers fast.
No.
Bass into wage, score slash. Don't judge me.
It's too late. We judged and we were very sad.
So you make a really good point with the slash and burn, and I think that's where a lot of players would misplay the spin. So let's say I splash and burn out an Azef and I trash a tithe to go get a spin, right? The classic Ob fast advance with slash. A lot of players will look at the slash in archives and look at the spin on the table and be like, yeah, that spin already did its job. And they'll leave the slash there for a couple of turns and be like, it doesn't really matter at this point. But the longer you leave it there, the more value the Ob players, like potentially they do it again with another slash, and now the spin got 2. Like you really need to be running archives and getting forcing that spin.
Stavka just res and then not using the ability. So Slap Vandal can break 1 sub. Yeah, it's possible actually coming. Stavka can get above Slap Vandal strength.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. And there's not much the runner could do about it. They don't have Oh, and with Poison Vial, Slap would break the whole thing, too. I wonder what you trash here. The Wage Workers is so valuable. Yeah, I figured it might just be that ice. Honestly, though, Vilgems is going to get to trash the Wage Workers for 4 credits anyways. You're definitely taxing Vilgems 4 credits and a click to come get the Wage Workers, which is definitely worth considering. That being said, if you'd have trashed the Wage, you could have gotten an Obfire and gone and got, like, I guess it's Tithe or Wall-to-Wall are
Or
the
Wall-to-Wall.
2. I
Yeah,
think those are the only 2 on 1.
The stuff
Yeah,
you
they
get
are.
out of trashing a 2 cost is gotten a lot worse in op these days now that everyone's too cowardly to put in FUT.
Yeah, definitely. The FUT, it's just not as good without the Cyber Sand. Ooh, we area out a living mural.
Ooh. So caching in the copulation, and then we see access measured response, trash measured response, look at an extract in HQ. And yeah, we have seen
Yikes.
living mural more than once today.
Corp on 0 credits. So next turn, it's probably click for credits 3 times, use the Wage Worker click to do something else.
Unless the runner just wins.
Yeah, it's definitely it's looking rough for Corp at this point.
I mean, we
So
have
we
the
spin.
yeah, we have the extract in hand. So I see click for 3 credits, extract your Stavka on
Stavka.
HQ, get rid of 2 Trojans.
Definitely. Like currently the runner doesn't have a console, but yeah, let's get rid of those. In case they have urban art and can like move them back around. Or just like food for simul chips or whatever. Let's get rid of that.
Yeah, getting those off the table while they aren't meeting the simul chip activation requirement. It's actually a reasonable way to try to choke out the runner supply of programs.
Plus a Maskarovka is way better than a fizzled Stavka. I'm super happy having that. Interesting that it's not an Afshar here. That kind of leads me to believe that they drew the Afshar. Right? Because he went on HQ.
They did go on
Okay.
HQ, and Afshar probably just generally better if you have the choice. And that's one reason why Mural probably is a very not popular card, because the Corp just trashes the ice and you lose a 3 credit program.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Mural, honestly. If we were playing in person, you would have liked it because I would have had to pick up and read it.
We're zooming out a bit. Wall to wall witnessed over in server 6 that the runner saw server 6. And the Wage Workers has managed to stick on the table, so we get to take 3 off the regular, take 9 and then do something.
Yeah. So this Regolith, like a lot of runners would ignore it when it's on 3 or 6 credits, but again against Ob, the value of that goes down a lot because it's a tithe. You just click it and get a tithe. Like they have the wall to wall, so like that obviously isn't as good, but
it's still a pretty lose idea for the runner, because you're gonna go pay 3 for that. How much money do you have?
pay 3 to deny the runner 6, yeah. And we are on threat now, so any run could be lethal. We have 1 measured in the bin that we know of. We have a Spin Doctor. Honestly, I think end of turn here, I would consider spinning that measured back.
We found the Afshar.
Okay. Yeah, I figured
the whole time.
It was sus that it was a Maskarovka going on HQ, so makes sense. Like if that's the ice you draw early. I can't remember what they did on turn 1. Did they ice both centrals?
I believe
no, they didn't because
no, it was ICHQ, IC remote.
Yeah, which makes sense because it was probably like R&D was probably like a basalt, and under it was the Afshar, and the Corp was just like, oh, come on, right?
All All right, we're loading R&D with as many non-agendas as possible.
Makes sense. Was one of them a measured? Yeah. So the corp is also like runner's doing a good job of playing around it with 8 credits, 5 cards. Corp can pull up a triple measured with wage workers. They can measure if they had all 3 in hand, which they probably don't, right? Like almost certainly don't. But you could like extract measured, measured, measured. I think this gets a tithe like 100% of the time.
Yep, make R&D just
Makes
that
sense.
little bit tougher.
Yep. Why not? Surprised this wage workers has been suffered to live this long.
I mean,
It didn't
Shaper's
actually
got a
get
lot of
value this
money,
turn.
but wage workers is the exact amount of money the runner had at the start of this turn.
Yeah. And it makes sense, like that those 8 credits are 4 hit points right there.
And now Amaram can comfortably afford to play a whole bunch of measured responses.
Yeah, definitely. There were 2 extracts in the bin, but there's definitely a line this turn if their hand was exactly extract, measured, measured, measured that they could have won.
And it is time for wage workers to go.
Goodbye.
One more in the deck.
That is a successful run. 6 credits. It's like at this point, if I'm corp, I'm just praying that the runner, or trying to engineer a situation rather, where the runner is going to make themselves vulnerable to the measured. I think the measured is my most likely out to win the game here. You don't have an iced remote. I guess you could fast advance something if server 7 or 9 is like a bass or something like that. Do we know where our bass is? I think it got put back.
Yeah.
No, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen
no
it yet.
bass in archives.
Okay. So
face down is the
like
ice that was extracted earlier.
So you could bass into the other wage workers, fast advance an Azef, and then measured 1 time after that for 6 damage, which is pretty good. Hush on that, which I guess only matters if it is... It can't be the other Afshar because there's only 1. How many Stav? There could be the other Stavka.
Okay, we just saw an anthill. Runner accesses it and leaves it alone because runner's counting to 8 and making sure, and like the 1 credit to trash anthill would put you below paying for a measured response.
Look at this hand though. 11 cards. They have to discard 6 cards here. Like, how did we get in this situation?
It's time
but
for
you're right,
you
can't.
Measured.
Honestly, that is a solid value measured because like they just kept the best 5 cards out of 9. So effectively you at least hit the best, cards 2 through 5 of 9 at the worst case, which is pretty good. Like, what breakers is the runner still missing? Like, you could hit simul chips. You could lock them off. They have 1 propeller installed, 1 simul chip in the bin, Oilers in the bin.
It does feel like there's been not a lot of simul chips.
Yeah, so they could be simul chips in hand, like programs. I don't know. It's gonna be hard to lock Ari out because she's got so many like 1-shot programs with the poison vial, slap vandal stuff. But you could definitely make it painful.
We saw that the corpse turn was install 2 new remotes and Ice HQ again, so we might still be playing towards that purple score 5/3 out of hand plan.
Yeah. I think that the odds that 10 or 11 is a wage workers go down a little bit there. You could have rezzed it to gain a click back, but like I don't know if it's worth it to give the runner that info. Cataloger, I think it's Jover. That's really rough. That being said, Ob is pretty good at messing up a cataloger. Right? So if 10, 11 are a spin or anything that can fetch, which I guess would just have to be Mav. because you don't have.
It could be one virus that's got put in a remote.
Yeah, because you don't have Cyber Sand anymore. With Cyber Sand, like Cataloger was just like the odds that they could mess it up were pretty high. So yeah, it's just one spin left, one Mav left.
Yeah. All I'm
So
saying
if one of those is on board, yeah.
we could be playing 3 virus. We did it before. We'll do it again.
We could. I mean, it depends on how badly you want Rego, right? That's the biggest target to get with Mav. Like, because if you're paying 3 for Mav, you need to get something that's money most of the time.
But we have
like Mav into
Yakov in
Rego's good.
faction.
Yeah, you do have him, and that is GG.
Yep.
And that's the whole tournament, right?
That is the tournament. So congratulations to Viljums right there. The biggest winner is Wage Workers. We saw some truly disgusting scores out of hand with Wage Workers.
Yeah, Wage Workers does a lot of work. I think like the thing is like if you're maving for Wage Workers, like Baz for Wage Workers, a lot more influence, but the Baz for Wage Workers trick just makes the Mav for Wage Workers feel so much less, impactful because you get 2 extra clicks on an agenda score turn, which is huge. But yeah, congratulations to Viljums for taking the event.
And that is going to be the final event. That's going to be the final accelerated meta test of the year. But we do have a truly loaded up off meta month coming in December. There's going to be all kinds of weird events. What was that?
Tell us what's on there.
Oh man, you think I remember what all that is?
I don't know. I'm pulling it up. So let's see. Off meta month 2025. We've got Vintage. What is Vintage? No bans, but wireless net pavilion unique, and you can play 3 Astro scripts. Wow.
And best of all, in the possible most powerful upgrade from playing Netrunner in the FFG era, no change in game state is still abolished.
Wow. Huh. That looks pretty crazy. So I wonder what gets played in what's good in Vintage. I mean, probably good, but maybe not. Maybe you're just losing to accelerated diagnostics immediately.
All right. Well, we'll have a quick run through, and then we'll let the people go to sleep. All right. Then we have 3-point Eternal instead of the much larger 7 points that Eternal has played with these days. So slightly powered down Eternal. Slight reduction in points on Jackson and Spin Doctor. Then we have no ban standard. Do you miss playing with Engram Flush and Gold Farmer? This is your event. And then we have Restart by Lucy, which is a, let's see, system gateway elevation, and you get a single NSG cycle and a single set outside of that cycle. All right, so that is a subset of NSG standard. And we have Costume Party. Custom format.
I think that's the one everyone's excited about.
Yeah, what is this? All identities are color shifted to a new faction. Play Blue Sun out of Jinteki to de-res anemones. Disgusting. Or play Gagarin. Play Gagarin in NBN. Filthy. I don't think I can sleep at night after having read that. Then we have the Rebirth format. So build a standard deck using some of these IDs that were less popular in their times, but now we're bringing them into the modern day. Then we have straight up
Titan.
Eternal.
Titan. You could play Titan with the new Wayland 3-2.
But it's basically
I know it's just bad.
It's Atlas. All right, so then we have Ocarina, which is where your identity becomes that of an agenda or a connection, instead of a regular identity. So
There's
what
so
would it be
many.
like to have, say, what would it be like to have, say, Pretty Mary De Silva online from turn 1? You could find out. Then we have the pawn shop format. The card pool is limited to the bottom half of the trash or busto results. That's exciting.
Yeah,
Random
that is
access
fun.
memories. You get a random card pool announced shortly before the tournament, so you have like a half hour to go build your deck. Then you have Chimera, which is a randomly generated deck full of awful cards.
I'll shout out Chimera. This is a Man in the Moon special. Chimera is some of the most fun I've had playing Netrunner, and you can just go to a website, say, give me a Chimera deck, and paste it into JNet. Last time I played Chimera, I was in tears crying. Oh my god, it's so funny. Chimera is great.
Then we're nearly at the end. Time branch. What if a time traveler stepped on a branch sometime in the past, and the butterfly event somehow caused elevations released to only rotate System Update 21 and Red Sand Cycle to only rotate System Update 21. Okay, so the last couple of FFG sets are still in the card pool for this format, and then a custom ban list. And then format Getting the Job Done on the 28th. Custom format where Rashida Jahim is swapped with humanoid resources. So, what if Corpse didn't rotate their best card? We'll find out. That said,
Pretty
that
cool.
is going to wrap us all up. I've been Cephalopod Wizard.
And Cybershark?
And Cybershark, and we'll wish you a good night. See you in the next one.
Good night.